don't know where I should put myself. Maybe here. Uh-oh. I didn't... Uh-oh. That's the wrong thing too. Oh god. Nobody panic. Did not mean to open that. Alright. Let's see. A little bit of a test. Just bear with me for a second here. I'm just testing a couple of audio things to get some background music going, hopefully, and also test out a few things with my webcam. Alright, I'm just gonna check and see how this sounds real quick. I mean, it sounds alright. Hard to tell. Clip. I hear myself. Oh god. Clip. Let's see. Can I watch this? Can I watch this with audio? This is the way to test it. Yeah, right. Sounds okay. I hate the sound of my own voice, but I think that is a universal human thing. I hope. Alright. Anyway, hello. Real professional stream here. Next thing I want to check is freaking webcam, man. Freaking webcam settings lag. Alright. What is it? Exposure? Is that the problem? I don't know why the frame rate's so low on the webcam at the moment. Properties. Oh. There we go. There we go. Now we're in real life frame rate. Can I put the exposure up and keep that? Yeah, I can. Very good. Gain down. Look at this. Look at this. We're away. Here we go. Pretty good. I'm using my Logi, whatever it is, Logi something webcam. At the moment, not my. Hang on. Focus. There we go. I have this. What is this thing? A 6600 camera as well, but oh god, I have it on this big stand, and it's really hard to find somewhere to have it that can point at my face, but also not just be right behind my screen. So I will figure that out again at some point. So we're back on low quality camera, although it's fine. It should be, theoretically it's 1080. It really doesn't look it, to be honest. That's probably why. Does that yeah, okay, probably doesn't need to be 1080 though. Alright, bear with me. I don't have a production crew helping me with any of this. There we go. Now I can actually tell when stuff's properly in focus. That's good. Look at that. Oh, but my webcam's massive. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Alright. Now we're talking. I can just maybe something like that. This one like that. I was also considering having it up here, the camera, but I don't know. You guys watch the stream and tell me what you think. It's kind of cool. I feel like maybe we could try that for a bit. It's more like cinematic, I guess, rather than having me staring straight at the screen. We'll see. I'll leave it there for a bit and then we'll see how we go. I just was watching the VOD back yesterday, and it felt weird, me just like kind of staring really intensely at what looked like the camera, but was actually some pretty hardcore vector math. So we'll just try this for a bit, eh? Although you can see all my messy stuff on my table, but who cares? You get to see all my messy blueprint code anyway. Right, anyway, so I'm gonna put some music on today. Jesus. I hope no one's watching and just got absolutely nuked by that. And it was just me and my audio. Sorry, give me a few minutes, okay? I'm stressing out. I'm just gonna check the volume of that little bombardment there and make sure it was just in my ears. 1 second. Right, anyway, so I'm gonna put some music on today. Yeah, okay, no, that was just me. It looks like I just am a wuss, and a tiny little bit of volume made me freak out. Alright. Anyway, we're using this. I think I'm not going to get sued for using it and my videos taken down if I make VODs. But we'll see. I'm not sure. Chill hop. I've linked my account. Well, I thought I'd link my account. Oh god, hang on. Log in, link, something. And they reckon maybe they won't come after me for it, maybe. But I want to do a slightly longer stream today, and I didn't want to just sit here with no music on my end. But again, can turn it off if you guys don't want music on your end, or pretty sure Ranger knows a fancy way to make it so that I can hear the music, but you guys can't. Anyway, everything's looking okay on this end. It's good. You can see me Googling there, asking AI, hey, am I going to get wrecked by this thing? But it seems okay. All right. Alright, there we go. Stream, blah, blah, blah. Not that I'm too worried if people watch or not. I kind of like having them more as VODs than streams, to be honest, but you know, I'm not going to make a YouTube video. Might as well just stream it and then upload it. Oh, actually, by the way, that reminds me. Just in case, I don't want to show anything too you know, sensitive. Pretty sure it should be fine. Just in case, I just want to check the VODs from the last couple of videos, couple of streams should possibly. How do I do this? View your channel. I can do this on here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. They uploaded one twice. That's good. Now let me just quickly fix this. Okay. This, yeah, so I uploaded delete forever. Okay. Delete forever. Okay, and then public. Yep, public, come on, do it. And then they should be in a playlist. Yeah. Apologies for, no, never mind. I thought it would take me to the shareable link. Yeah, so like, why is there only 2 videos? One unavailable video is hidden. Okay. Sorry. Let me figure this out. Why is one unavailable video hidden? Which ones do we have? Two hours 34, 2 hours 12. 2 hours 12. 2 hours 34. This one is not in the playlist. How do I add it? View on YouTube. Playlist. Project Deep. Here we go. Not made for kids. Not made for kids, but ain't my problem if a kid watches it, I guess. Do I have to do that for all of these? I really feel old when I try and do this stuff. Okay. Not made for kids. I'm not sure if that matters because I'm not monetizing this stuff anyway. I hope. Pretty sure. I don't want ads on any of this stuff. Alright, so now if we go to that link, there we go. We got the three things so far. It does say one thingy hidden for some reason. One unavailable video is hidden. What does that mean? 4 videos. Deleted video. Because the way it works is there's a button in Twitch. I guess I can show you. Hopefully. Is it video producer? Yeah, where I can go to an old video. See how those expire after a few days? 3 days, 6 days, 7 days. I hate that. I want them to be there forever. So I basically do this thing where I export and that'll send it to YouTube. Which seems to work pretty well. I do wish Twitch would just keep the videos forever. But I guess that is kind of like a lot of storage for them to give away for free. Ooh. Anyway, I just wanted to check that. I guess here I'll put the link somewhere. I'll put the link in chat. I don't know if that's helpful at all. Actually, what I'll do as well, I'll put it in Discord. Pinned messages. Twitch. Project Deep. VODs. Folklore Hunter VODs, and then YouTube. I'll just get these links in here since I don't really need to advertise this, I suppose, but just in case someone wants to look at it. This is you can see this real professional handle right here is the official Liquid Donkey. Well, I guess it's Smoke Stick, not Liquid Donkey, but it's the one I've been using. I think there might be some unlisted stuff in here. You guys maybe can't see it on here. Okay, so YouTube, Twitch is this. And the Folklore VODs playlist. Folklore Live Dev, yeah. Not too many of these. Wait, that's not... How do I link to the playlist? View full playlist. Share. Anyone... How do I get a link to it? There we go. Hey John, sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of admin-y things. What the fuck? That's not the right playlist. What the hell? This was one I was just 10 ways to improve game feel. Doing some research on yeah, just like what other people do. Unlisted, private. Sorry, John, we will get to game dev in a second, but I'm just trying to get some links on Discord. How you been though, my friend? How was your you were going to have a gaming session yesterday? How did that go? This is the playlist. Share. Alright. You want to double check that link works if you got a second? Pretty sure it should be fine though. And I'm not sure if that's going to look very good, to be honest. We'll see. What is that? Whatever. Should I just post it? I'll do like this, eh? Yeah. And then I just posted that because I want to pin it to this channel. Oh yeah, pin it. Pin message, there we go. Just in case people want to be able to see that stuff. It works, very good. V80 dropped yesterday. Oh, Lethal Company? Oh, damn, dude. I was actually going to potentially play some of that on stream if you're keen. V80, so new update? Steam DB? Yes and no. Lethal Company. Wait a second, what did that say? Lethal Company 2 or secrets? App is suspicious. Never mind. Lethal Company, what do we got? Patches? Public beta branch. Oh. So where do you see all that stuff then? Where do you see like what they're working on in the public beta? Because I've played a little bit of this. I do want to play more though. It might show, yeah, 2.5 hours. Go to your library and right click it. Yeah, I know I can switch branch, but is there a way to just see what they're working on in that branch? Probably in their Discord, eh? Like, see what's in the updates before. Oh, here we go. Version 80 beta. Okay. Some new creatures. I was wondering about that with their main shader. They do like a pixelation shader. I was wondering if they do the thing where they render it to a lower resolution render target and then scale that to the screen, or do what most YouTube tutorials do when you Google how to do that, where we do it in our game too. Is the way where you like you render it at full resolution and then just round the pixels, so you still render like just as much as everything, if that's what they're talking about. Because I need to do that single render pass thing they're talking about there if I keep the pixel shader for our game. Anyway, cool. I will read through this off stream because there's a lot of stuff here. Very cool though. And when was their last? 5th of October. Okay, so they have quite a long time between patches. Very cool. Feopa. The new monster? Feopa. Re-added Kidnapper Fox. Puma. What's its gimmick? What does it do? Oh god, I hate these wiki sites that are just so messed up with ads and stuff. Holy shit, big script. 18 different animations. Can scream. Look behind you immediately as soon as you hear it purr. Okay, so it's like don't look at it or get near it kind of thing. That's cool. Nice. All right, no, that's very cool. Cool to see. Because obviously, I am taking quite a bit of inspiration from the game loop of Lethal Company for Project Deep. I'm not really basing a lot off much else other than the game loop, but one thing I do like is sorry, let me just take it. I don't know if this is just because I haven't played a lot of it, but the vibe I got from their creatures, which I actually had a meeting with Lemon last night about this, is I want to follow the principle of each creature has one gimmick or like one, you know, you can summarize it in basically one sentence. So like our barnacle swarm, which you know, for example, barnacle swarm sticks to your hull and makes you sink, you know, and that's its whole gimmick basically. All of the megalodon is blind but hears sonar pings, for example. I really like that, rather than like really complicated AI. And again, this might be wrong, but this is just the impression I got from playing it. None of the AIs like seems like super I don't know, complicated is not the right word, but it just focuses on one mechanic a lot of the time from what I played anyway. And I thought that was really cool because you get to learn you get to basically learn its AI and then use it against it, which I thought was cool. But we'll talk more about that later in the stream because that is on my list if I can get through enough stuff. I started early today. It's 9 o'clock for me on the, well, not on the dot, but close to on the dot. Because I want to get the eel done, the power done, wherever my notes went. And then hopefully get to some new creatures. This is my Baldur's Gate notes. They are not. Whatever. I can just remember. Hope you're well. Hi, jokes on Oo. Welcome in. Sorry, we're still just getting started here. I haven't actually started work yet. We're just talking about the new update in Lethal Company, which added a new creature, and I was just setting up some stream stuff. How is the volume of the music, by the way? And or do you want the music or not? Because in the VODs it was a little bit, would feel nicer to have some music, but yeah, see what you guys think. Otherwise, I'll figure out a way where I can have music while I'm working and not put it in the stream if you guys don't want it. But if I do a long stream, I don't really want to just sit here in silence the whole time. Sounds good? Nice. Very good. So yeah, and then hopefully I don't get, copyright striked or whatever by these guys. Apparently I can use their stuff. And I'm not monetizing or anything, so hopefully that will also make it fine. I don't want to put ads on my streams or videos or anything. I don't want to be making money from ads. I want to make money from making cool games that people want to buy and play. Hopefully. I also forgot to fill up my water before we started, but that's alright. I'll get to that in a second. How have you been, Jokes on Oo? Jokes? How have you been? And out of interest, what sort of time is it for you at the moment? Like where in the world are you roughly? I do wonder about that, as I keep saying, because I'm based in New Zealand, so it's morning for me, 9 a.m. But I don't know. Sometimes I don't know whether it's better for me to stream early in the morning or late at night. to 3:06 p.m. Okay, well that seems fine. As long as it's not... I want to find times where it's like less likely to be the middle of the night for as many people as possible. And I think mornings are the go. Central time zone in USA. Central time zone. So that's like Central time zone. Does that mean what it sounds like? Like in the middle of the US? Ah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then what's the difference between Central and like West Coast? Like 2 hours? If I'm reading that right? It's really hard to read that color. Ah, yeah. A couple hours. Yeah, so it's probably a good time for most of the US then, I'd say. Well, depending on what you're doing during the day, I guess people might be working, but if you are, that's fine. Just put me on a tab and you know, switch to another tab so people can't tell that you're watching / listening. All right. Okay, I think we're good to get started. You're working nice. Very good. Well, hopefully I can bring some sort of calming, chill vibes and just give you... I'll do some work in the background, you do some work as well, and we'll get some stuff done. Now, I'm not going to put this gum in. I keep autopiloting habit to put it in my mouth because I'm 6 weeks nicotine free today, but I don't want to chew gum on stream. So let me know if I do that, and I will stop. There's a bit of force of habit. Okay. What I'll do before I actually get started, I will commit what we did yesterday, because it is working. It's just not sort of finished yet, but wait, what did I change? Diff against depot. Did I actually change some stuff? I was just adding the pawn sensing component. Yeah, that's fine. I hadn't actually started yet, so I was just going to do the pawn sensing. It's pretty slow. Yeah. What you're working on? So the plan for this morning is to try and get the finish off the most basic form of the Eel AI, just so that I can have a prototype version actually spawning in the game. The last thing I think we need to do is basically just make it so that it can actually see you and chase you, because it can. Right now, for a debug, I'm basically just telling it where the player is. I just need to write the AI to have it actually see you or hear you or whatever. And then I want to do the power switchboard for the submarine. And then if we get all that done, there's a couple of little bugs I want to fix, and then probably start making a couple more creatures. But yeah, we'll put... This is the power switch right now, and it just controls like everything and power for the entire sub. But I want to probably move that and then make it like a like a... what do you call it? Like a circuit breaker? Switchboard, something. Yeah, something kind of like this, where you can turn off the lights or the radio or sonar or whatever individually, because some of the creatures like the Meg will react to certain features in your sub. Propulsion would be another one. Let me just find my notebook, because I need to write that down as well. Where did I put it? I didn't fix the eel not tracking properly, John. I think I know what the problem is, but I didn't fix it yet. Let's see. Power eel. Maybe we can have another stab at that. AI Now, what was the thing I was going to write down? Oh, the power thing. One of them would be propulsion, which I hadn't written down. But yeah, Lehman and I did some playtesting last night, and I found a whole bunch of bugs and things we want to change as well. So I might work on a couple of those too. But for now, I just want to finish off the eel. I say finish off, but like this is still the MVP, which is corporate lame-o lingo for minimum viable product. Basically, trying to make the most basic form of the game that is technically functional and works, and then we can polish it from there. Yeah. But yeah, jokes, if you mean what am I working on more broadly, this is the new game from Liquid Donkey Games. We're working on, it doesn't have a real name yet, but it's just sort of the code name is Project Deep right now. It's a round-based roguelike submarine, deep-sea submarine exploration game. Yeah, still kind of horror themed, but set underwater, and you're in these little submersible subs, co-op multiplayer. The game loop is very much inspired by Extraction, horror games like Lethal Company and Repo and that. But yeah, procedural maps. Here's the Meg, for example. This is the art style I'm playing around with. I'm not sure if we'll keep it, but I'm playing around with the idea of going for like a bit more of a retro look for this game, just because I can make assets quicker and easier and not have to buy them. I can just like make whatever. Yeah, so yeah, and so we have this eel right now who it is a giant eel technically, I guess. Basically wraps around your sub and starts draining your power. Sorry, before I get fully into this, sorry for another interruption, I'm just going to fill my drink bottle. I am still getting over this sickness and I need to drink more water if I'm going to talk, hopefully, for a good long session today. Yeah, cool. Sounds interesting. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really excited about this this game. It's going to be smaller in scope, a lot smaller than Folklore Hunter. It's not going to be another big game, but I'm really excited about the game loop. And honestly, it's really refreshing to be working on something new as well, because I've been working on Folklore Hunter, off and on when I could afford to do it since 2020. So it's like 6 years now. And we had the real big push for the 1.0 and the Mothman stuff and that. So I still obviously love Folklore Hunter and want to do more with it one day, but it's just a nice, it's refreshing to be able to, as a creative person, to be able to create something new rather than always be kind of like working within the bounds of something I've already created. It's a difficult thing, I feel, in game dev. The desire to create, but games take so long to make that you kind of don't get to create new things very often. So I'm loving it. I'm having a great time, and it'll be good hopefully for my mental health and the company's finances too, if we can get another game going. Let me also, sorry, I know there's so many interruptions right now. Let me just plug this once right at the start, just for the VOD. If you don't already own Folklore Hunter, now is a great time to purchase it. It is a co-op survival horror hunting game, which we released into 1.0 a couple of months ago. We released the Mothman Hunt, Project Blackwing. Purchasing now, it's on a 20% sale, and also a portion of the revenue from the sales during this event will go to charity. So if you're into that sort of thing, It's a great time to buy, to be able to help out charity, marginalized developers, underprivileged people getting into the game development industry. A great way to support a charity and also get a product in return. So yeah, take it or leave it, but I really am proud to be part of doing this. So would love for you guys to show support or share it around, or yeah, if you don't already own the game, to purchase it. There's a lot of cool games in here, and every single one of these developers, we're all in a Discord together. They're all amazing people who have gone out of their way to be a part of this event, to sacrifice a portion of their sales, not sacrifice, but to donate a portion of their sales to charity, which is in this state, the state of the current world, is a really really admirable thing to do, and supporting new game developers is something that is really close to my heart as well. So would love it if you guys could I don't know, whatever you do on the internet to help this stuff, like it on Twitter or something, X, whatever. Anyway, back to the game. Me and my wife love the game. We also bought it for a friend. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's the best thing that I can ever hear, honestly, is like, that's why I, want to make games, basically, is like, I enjoy creating, and as a creative, it's the most rewarding thing. Like, it doesn't matter how much money the game makes. What matters is that I feel like I've added enjoyment and fun to someone else's life. So I really appreciate you saying that. A lot of people probably don't realize how much that makes game devs feel good, when people say, something you poured your soul into for 6 years made me happy. That's very special to hear. So thank you for that. Timmy TRM, Timmy Tim, what do you want me to call you? Timmy, welcome in. Nice to see you again, my friend. We've had a bit of a slow start to the stream. I've been rambling and plugging and filling water bottles, so you haven't missed much yet. In fact, you haven't missed anything. I literally haven't written any code yet. I'm about to. So you've timed it perfectly. Timed your entrance perfectly. Yeah. Also trying out a new camera angle today, just because I was watching the VODs back, and it just felt a little awkward to me, just having me like basically staring at the thing the whole time. So I don't know. Let me know what you think of that new angle. It's probably not as personal, but I don't know. It just felt a little off-putting, especially when I was really in the zone with like math and stuff, and was just staring at you guys wide-eyed. I don't know. We'll see how we go. I'm sure no one really cares. All right. Anyway, pawn sensing. So the Eels functionality is, there in a placeholder format right now. But what we do is, as soon as the eel spawns in, 60 seconds later, we just tell it, hey, this is where the player is, go and attack them, which is obviously not what we want. That is just debug code. So what we need is a way for the eel to be able to detect players. So I used a different system for the Megalodon, but I'm going to try out this one this is the older version, pawn sensing component on the pawn, and see if I can get away with this, because the other one, Meg Titan, whatever, AI controller, maybe I should just use the Titan AI controller now that I think about it, since it's already all set up. I don't know. It uses AI perception, so that is like a newer, more advanced system, but it's also, I'm finding, a little harder to control. So I just want to see if I can strip it back to the pawn sensing component, and if neither of those are doing what I want, I'll probably just write my own, I think. Timmy works. First bought it for my wife, and she played it and went, that looks fun, so got it for me. My wife loves Mothman Encrypted, so it was a lot of fun to play. I appreciate that. That sounds great. Yeah. It's really cool. That's another thing too, like, it's a lot easier to make single player games, but You know, it's pretty special to hear, you know, like, I don't know, bringing friends or couples or whatever together, like having, you know, it feels special to be able to create the medium that allows, you know, interaction between people to happen, which is maybe a bit philosophical to say for the stream, but it's very fulfilling as I get older. Right, anyway, back to, come on, enough gooey stuff, back to some electric eels, god damn it. Let's electrify some monsters. Right, so if I put an eel in the scene, I just want to see those prints and what it's detecting, because what I'm wondering about this pawn sensing component, and I could just read the code, I suppose, does it tell me when it's like lost the pawn, like unseen the pawn? Like, because it's all well and good if it tells me when it notices something, but then it's like, how do I know when it can't see it anymore? I could do my own trace for that, but if I'm doing my own trace for that, then what's the point of the component, you know? So I just need to do a little bit of testing with this. Yeah, it doesn't look like, actually, yeah, let me just see the code real quick as well. If we play, I do enjoy folklore quite a bit, yeah. I'm waiting on V to record Operation Blackwing, but they're busy. Oh, right. You mean V from code? Alright, where's the eel? And what is it printing? It's over that way? Okay, something is messed up with the eel. We've got a breakpoint on there. What's the story for this game? It's less, okay, let me just say it right off rip, it's not really going to be a story game, but it is, oh, here we go, submarine, okay, sees the sub, okay, and then does that ever go away? Sorry, I'll just quickly test this. Still not very good at talking and working at the same time. I don't think it does it? Okay, shit. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do that myself. Alright. Yeah, so it's set in a world where basically it's set in the future after pretty much the entire world is underwater, submerged. And the only so the before the flooding, they refer to that as the old world, and now it's kind of like a dystopian future where the only people that can afford to live above water in these big skyscrapers are like mega corporations, and these corporations, this is law, by the way, this isn't like you don't really do any of this stuff in the game, this is just the world it's in. So these corporations are the only ones that can afford to be above water. The rest of the world is basically living underwater in these like old rusty submarines or bubble domes or whatever. And because the world's flooded, the only real way to get resources is to do dives to the old world to gather salvage or like information or materials or whatever to bring back. And you are basically running a company that works for one of these corporations running these salvage operations in the flooded world. So the game loop is basically you have a certain amount of days to reach a quota, and each day you pick a different dive site that's procedurally generated, and go into that dive site, basically try and extract as much salvage to sell to the corporation to meet your quota before the time runs out. But it is a roguelike, so it's pretty hard and you do die a lot. But yeah, that's kind of like the overview of the world, which is as close to what the story of the game that we're probably going to have, because it's not there's not going to be really a story necessarily. But yeah, hopefully that paints a picture for you. Megalodon, pretty logic. How's it going? They go by V in the Discord. It's a person who shared their Wendigo POV and community content alongside mine a bit ago. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm not very good at names, remembering names. Oh yeah. You guys posted your videos or streamed, right? I remember that. Wherever it was. Yeah. Cool. I do remember. I watched these. Pretty Megalodon. Hi, I'm the wife. How's it going? Nice to see you both. Yeah, so anyway, so that's the kind of vibe, the story. The creatures, these are just like, I didn't make any of these concepts. I just like copied them, like downloaded them off Google, just as like a idea board of what I'm going for. So we have a few creatures that I've written stuff for, but we need basically a whole lot more. So we're working on the eel at the moment. We have the Megalodon, and then after that we'll see what's next. But yeah, it's kind of the idea. I'm trying to think, is there anything else it'll be interesting to show? I mean, if you follow the development, you'll get to see a lot of this will make more sense as we go. We're still working on the first version, the MVP. So a lot of this is either in very basic form or is not in yet. But yeah, so in your sub you have a whole bunch of different systems, kind of like Elite Dangerous style. And then you've got these on your sub. You've got these two big arms, which right now are basically always claws, but they're modular. So during a run, you can or between runs, you can basically purchase or equip different arms to your sub to do different things. But yeah, for right now, you can see I've just got these big claws for picking up salvage. What else? Is there anything interesting to show? Some upgrades, blah blah blah. None of this is probably of any interest to anyone. Just yeah, I've probably explained the main bits that are of note so far. But yeah, so you're in this submersible sub. It is co-op multiplayer, which I guess you guys will be happy to hear if if you play games together. Doesn't make me quite as happy being the programmer who has to make the multiplayer, but yeah. So each player gets their own submarine. You don't kind of go in the in a sub together, but but yeah, you basically just go on dives, procedural dives to I don't know where he's off to. So yeah, gather salvage in these procedurally generated maps. And yeah, it's kind of like all the UI and stuff is kind of in world, so you kind of like look around your sub and interact with bits and pieces. Like, pretty sure my sonar's not working. That's on my bug list. Oh, and here's the Meg coming to absolutely wreck us. Jesus Christ. It's still pretty placeholder, but yeah, it is relatively terrifying still at the moment. Oh god, I can see on my sonar he is about to hit me. Oh god. Oh no, that's the eel. Okay. Sorry. Epilepsy warning, I guess. Whatever. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but yeah, I'm getting my power drained right now. Everything's going wrong. Anyway, you get the gist. Everything's a little all over the chaotic at the moment because I'm halfway through implementing stuff, but yeah, that's kind of the thing. And then yeah, I guess the other thing is it's procedurally generated levels, so there's different biomes, but every time you play, the biome will be the same, but kind of like the layout of stuff will be different each time. Yeah. This is exciting. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really excited as well, Jokes. And I'm glad to hear that, because it was a little nerve-wracking, like telling people, hey, I'm working on something new, because I know everyone just wants more Folklore Hunter stuff, but I feel like I've done the best I can with the current Folklore Hunter game. If I want to really elevate that, I really feel like I need to either start a new title in Folklore, like Folklore Hunter 2, or like spin-off games or something like that. I'm really like, as we were making the Mothman, we were really pushing the bounds of what Folklore Hunter 1's kind of like setup and engine could do. So yeah, so I'm excited to be making something new. Ideally this game is going to be done this year as well, so it's going to be quite a quick, ideally, reasonably quick turnaround as well, which is cool. Yep. So I guess what I'll do. 20 senses you. I really need to get this data to the controller, I feel like. Yeah. Whatever. It's fine for now. I'll switch it over because now I have kind of two different ways I'm kind of doing the sensors for the creatures. But I think that's fine because then I can compare the two and decide which one I'm going to use. But get value as object is fine. No, get value as object, and here we go. We got the target key right here, and if it's valid, or basically if it's not valid, then we will set it to be, rather than that, we'll set it to be this pawn. I would like to make sure this is actually a player, which is kind of a little bit difficult to do without casting, so I am probably just going to cast. Unless I can... Oh yeah, it's player controlled. That'll work, I think. So he'll only sense player controlled pawns, and yeah, do that. Cool. And then probably we'll just make him lose the player after a certain amount of time, I guess. I don't know, this doesn't feel right. To be honest, this doesn't feel like how I should be implementing this, but we'll see. See what happens. This year. Yeah, this year, yeah. I'm not sure if it'll get released this year. But in terms of like actually finishing making the game, that's the goal. This year. The reason I might not be able to release it this year is because there's kind of like a whole song and dance you've got to do with releasing games to have like build up wish lists and marketing and hype and stuff. We don't have to, but that's what most people recommend. So I don't know, depending when I finish it, there might not be enough time for that. But yeah, we're trying to keep the scope nice and small for this one. Alright, so we'll see. This might... I probably also actually need a server check in here. I definitely don't love the way this is written, the code, but I think it'll work for what we need, possibly for now. So he should be able to see about that far away. The other thing, taking a break is always a good thing, because going back to it, fresh new ideas. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Folklore, I really poured every ounce of my creative being into finishing that, and I just don't know if I have it in me to do anything cool for that for at least a little while. So I want to just kind of, like, as you say, take a step back, make something that I am passionate about and think is cool, and then take those ideas forward to potentially make a new Folklore Hunter related game or update or DLC, or I don't know what it'll be yet, but I just need to regather myself to do more Folklore Hunter. So I thought, still doing horror cryptids, but underwater would be a good way to take a break, but still make something cool, and still hopefully something that most people that like Folklore Hunter will hopefully like this game too. Hopefully. There probably will be some people that won't, but this one will be a little more a little less about puzzles and a little more, I guess, casual in a way. Definitely a lot less about story. Okay, so what I want to quickly do is this wander around. Let's see. If I grab this, I'll make a new one for the eel. EQS giant eel wander, because I want him to. I guess wander doesn't really make sense when they're underwater, right? I want the eel to kind of stay nearby the spawn point, which means I am going to need to save a spawn point somewhere. So on possess, let's see, should I put it in the AI control? I suppose. Yeah, spawn point. Okay, and now we're going to need, what is it, a context? Provide single location. The query actor. Maybe this should be... Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of like half saying sentences because I'm kind of like saying my thoughts as they're happening, and they're happening quicker than I can say them out loud. Let's just make this, let's see, I'm trying to think of a good way to do this. Let's just make this a component for now. BP spawn point tracker or something. Not really spawn point, like what is it called when like a creature like has its own kind of lair, I guess, or something, or like spawn point tracker, whatever. Nest. Oh yeah, that could work. Nest tracker. Yeah, that'll work. Sure. Good enough. Yeah, because if I do this with a component, now I can have a variable nest location, and then on begin play, because I bet, yeah, you know what? I'm trying to explain stuff 2 steps ahead of where I'm at. Let me just do this. So we'll get the owner on begin play when this component begin play happens, and then we'll get the actor location from that. Like so. And then we can have a function get nest location, public pure return, can also be const, and we'll just return this. And that's pretty much it. The only thing maybe I could do is go, oh no, that's fine. That's fine the way it is, I think. Because now when we have a query actor, we can go get component by class, and I don't have to cast here and have a hard reference basically. And I can go nest tracker valid. If it is valid, then we can get the nest location and use that. If not, then we can just return the get actor location, the location of the thing asking where its nest is, if that makes any sense. So now in our Wander, we can set the context from query to, I called it spawn point. Hang on. Nest location, maybe. There we go. And now we wander around our nest, and we can use the same values, maybe. It's hard to know how wide to make this, I guess, but we'll try that. Could probably do like 20 to 30 points. All right. And now if we add a nest thing to the eel, we don't have to do anything. It's just there, nest tracker, which is good. And we change the EQS in the giant eel from the Megalodon one to the eel one. Yeah, should be it. So now ideally what will happen is the eel will kind of stay within a range of its spawn point. So I just put like a sphere somewhere and then put the eel kind of near that. It shouldn't really go too much further away from that. It'll still wander, but should always wander within that thing. Because right now what can happen is the Megalodon, for example, can like just infinitely go away off the map. So I'll just watch this guy for a second. Yeah, the mothership. That's again, I'm not sure if I'll keep that, but I kind of like was just switching off my critical brain and just going with the flow. And when I was modeling a placeholder for this, I was like, it just turned out looking like a whale, and I was like, all right, maybe in this world all the corporation ships are like animal themed. Like, I don't know, maybe it's weird. What do you think? Do you think that's cool or lame? It's hard to know. It's very different. Okay, yeah. So he's like, he's kind of sticking in his area now, which is good. He's never really going too much further from where his nest is. Yeah. Very good. I would like to be able to control like the distance better. How can I've never used like variables in here. I don't know, can I do that? I feel like data binding, query parameters, item height offset, no. I was wanting to control those. Whatever, I'll just leave it like that for now, I guess. Cool, so now the eel will stay kind of like around his area. The next thing then is, well, let's check if he can actually see me or not. If I basically allow him to spot me, I'll see if he'll actually aggro onto me or not. How's the music volume, by the way? Are we all good on that front? Alright, so let's see. If he sees me, he should basically swim over to me. He hasn't seen me yet. Maybe his, I don't know, either it's not working or his visibility range is no good. Unless, yep, I put that on the wrong thing. I was worried about that. That's why I don't like going off the negative thing of like branches and stuff, is because the habit is always to connect to the top thing. What I was actually wanting to check here is this not valid? Does he not have a target right now? So the way I'd, even though it's more nodes, the way I'd prefer to probably do this so I don't make that mistake again is come off the positive, but not the input, if that makes sense. So are we not valid? Then we do it. So yeah, the way that logic was working then is he'd only be able to pick a target if he already had a target, which doesn't make any sense. Alright, so this time, so he might have been seeing me, he just wasn't aggroing onto me. Oh my god, alright, yep, he's on me this time. Holy shit. Straight on me. Sorry about, like, the photosensitivity, I guess. Hopefully it's not too intense for people if you're on an OLED rip. Alright. So he'll leave me alone, I think, now? Will he? No, he's coming right back for me. Yeah, no, he's after me for sure. No. I might be able to outrun him. Have I lost him? He's stuck on something. The Megalodon's trying to kill him. That's so good. Let's have him fix that. They're basically duking it out right now. Megalodon versus giant electric eel. Okay, so you can lose him. That's good. Yeah, I think this will do for now. It's not the best, but it works well enough for what we need, I think. So I'll commit that, and then I'll make them actually spawn in the map, I think, and then we'll do the power system. Giant eel aggro system, and I kind of want to do some modeling today too. I just feel like I'm in the mood for it, so I want to get this stuff done. Cool. Right, so to get these spawning now, what I will do, I think I have this set up already. Let's see, just choose threats. Giant eel is always going to be the threat right now. And I don't remember how that works exactly. I have to quickly check Rider. I don't know if it actually spawns it properly yet or not. Is Rider opening? What's going on? I'll just open it like this. All right. let's finish this. Come on. Come on, Ryder, you can do it. Right. Let's see. So, what do I need? The game state. Oh god. Game state. Let's see. We had choose threats. Generate random hazard. Choose threats. Yep. Choose threats. Okay. Okay, they just get put into the dive operation. So where do we actually spawn them? Dive site manager probably. Yeah, here we go. Hazard. Titan. Okay, we don't do any threats. So we're going to need to quickly add that. So, let's see. Dive site dot threat classes. No, I'm going to need to if dive site dot threat classes dot is empty. So if there are threats to spawn, I'm wondering what the best way to spawn the threat is, to be honest. I might just like, I don't know what a good way to do that would be. Pick a random tile, I guess. Current dive site. Let's see. So salvage game state. Arrived at location. Set dive site. Dive site ready. Hey, new office again. Office number 15. I just moved the camera to there. I don't know. I was looking. How's it going, Ranger, by the way? I do change it constantly. I still haven't found a good setup I like, but I was watching the VODs back and I just looked like I was really just like staring into the soul of the camera the whole time, deep in thought. So it felt a little awkward. So I thought I'd move it slightly off to the side. We'll see how we go there. Right, where should I spawn the threats though? I don't know. I kind of just need like because like we have the tiles. Maybe do I spawn off the tiles? Probably the way, right? It's probably the way. Okay, let me just test this in Blueprint, because like it might times add, yeah. Okay, never mind, we're not going to test this in Blueprint. What is the like size of the map? I guess we go tile world. Okay, here we go. Sorry, this is chaotic. Generate. We can't spawn those until it's finished generating. But does that happen in one frame? Kind of. On finished generating. Okay, on finished generating. This is getting pretty gross. You've been at work. How's past hour been? Yeah, good. Pretty like pretty cruisy start. I started a lot earlier today, like 9 o'clock for me, or just before. So yeah, just been like kind of doing a chill day, not as rushed this time. We did the giant eel spawning. No, we're working on the spawning right now. We did the AI for it. I'm doing the spawning, and then I'm going to do the power switchboard, and then probably see where we go from there. Fix some bugs, maybe model some stuff. Just trying to figure out a good way to where to spawn this stuff right now. Like really, probably what I want to do is grab a tile. Yeah, probably do. Grab a tile, and yeah, spawn it somewhere like based on that. In that case, maybe should the tiles be in charge of that, I feel like. This is a problem. I hadn't thought about how I was going to design this before the stream started, so I'm just kind of like designing it in my head as we go right now. We don't need the tile spawned. Okay, we don't need the tile spawned. We can just say we will need a valid world. We can just say, because don't we? I'm pretty sure we know the size, don't we? Yeah, world size. Yeah. Generate. Essentially, it's like this loop, more or less. So we'd have, if we wanted the loop, but it would be, yeah, go through each tile. Here we go. We're getting there. I've got a plan. All right. This is so much nesting. But I'll fix it later. Okay, so we'll go through every tile in the world. And do I have a function for like is tile inside world, spawn tile at tile location to world location? There we go. That looks like not a static function. And tile location, what is that? If vector to int. Vector int, Jesus, what was it? If int vector 2. Hopefully this is big enough for you guys to see. Tile pause, tile location. And then just XY, pass that in, and that will give us tile world location. Yeah, so that is now in the world where that tile kind of exists. And now, I think we actually probably didn't even need to do that just yet, but what I'll do is, Let's see. I really need some helper functions, I think, at this point. Protected, otherwise this function's going to get wild. I'll just go void spawn threats. It probably is not going to be const. Spawn threats. God damn it! Why does it does anyone in here use Rider? I don't know if it's, is it my keyboard? Like what? Sometimes when I cut like that, it doesn't keep it. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it uses my clipboard secretly when it's generating these definitions. That could be it. Spawn threats. But I seem to have that problem all the time. That's probably what it is, though, now that I think about it. You have no idea how to code, okay. Well, I won't ask you, but, you know, that's cool, that's cool. I'm sure this is just completely boring then, but you know. Okay, so for each tile, here's what I want to do. So now I can invert this, check at the top. So I can say if the world is not valid, then we can just return, and I don't need to worry about nesting this a whole bunch of times. And then for each tile, I'll say, let's see, dive site has the hazard loot score, hazard description, Titan name, operation name, seed ID. I thought I had a threat level, maybe not. Basically, there would be a chance here. So if, and actually, it should be based on this on the seed. So we'll have to pass this through. There's a little bit of C++ going on here, but we won't be in here for too long, so don't worry. If let's see, we need to make a if random stream Can we just pass the seed in here? We can. Nice. And now we say RNG dot ifrand, and if that is less than whatever the chance to spawn a threat in this tile is, which we can say threat chance per tile is going to be 0.1. If it is greater than or equal to, we will continue. Otherwise, we will actually spawn a threat here. And then the threat, we just need to pick one from the list, which we have in here. Threat classes. Of course, there wouldn't be a helpful random thing with there. Nope. Threat classes dive. Let's see, rng.rand range between 0 and dive site threat classes num rand range. Is that inclusive? I forget. Less than or equal to. So num -1. That'll give us a random class, threat class. And yeah, and then threat class and then we can just figure out where we're going to spawn it, I guess, which we kind of already did. Do we spawn it in the corner? I don't know. If this was Python, I could answer. Yeah, Python's basically the same, except you just don't have curly brackets. Or pointers. And everything is based on tabs. I find it interesting still. I want to see the things you come up with next. Yeah, C++ is pretty cool. It's pretty cool if it's just dangerous. You just got to be so careful not to crash it because it's not sandboxed. But yeah, but it's fine. Okay, so we this is the corner of the tile is the problem. I need to, like, I don't know what the, like, how to do this exactly, but because I don't know what's going to be in the tile. Like, really, I probably should be specified, like, each tile you put some points in to say where threats could spawn, maybe. But I don't really want to do that. So does the tile world have a tile size? It does. Okay, so we could just do half the tiles. So basically the middle. Let's do that. Tile world. Let's call this threat spawn location. And threat spawn location, so that's the corner, so we can plus a new vector onto that, which would be half the tile size in both directions. Y. And then for Z, I have no idea. 1,000? Like, I'll just hard code it for now, I guess. It's not good. Alright, and then we'll spawn the thing. So we'll go get world, spawn actor, a pawn, and I forget what we need here. Class will be threat class load synchronous, I guess. And then probably the threat spawn location, if rotator, like 0 rotator. Is that all I need? I think, yeah. Cool. I'm trying to make this big, but also that's the, well, I guess one thing is the lines get long with C++, or at least the way I've written it. A pawn, threat pawn, or let's see, spawned threat, and then we just have an array, I believe. Threats.add spawned threats. Let's see. I'll put a couple of checks in here just to make sure we don't crash. Should be fine though. So if we're fine, we spawn it. In fact, what I'll do, if it's not valid, we'll just return, and then we'll add it at the bottom. Okay, before we use the class, we should probably check let's see, random index. Threat class. Pretty sure that can be const, can't it? Yeah, and then here we can say if threat class is null, then we can also just, actually we don't want to return, we want to continue. My bad. If we return, we're going to stop trying to spawn any other threats, which we don't want to do. We want to continue, so it'll just go to the next iteration of the loop. So now we're going to go through every tile on the map, tile being like about that size, and basically there's a 10% chance for each tile on the map, and then if that is true, like if that passes, if that 10% chance passes, then we're going to pick a random threat class that is defined based on the theme, which right now is just one. It's always the eel. And then we're going to get that tile's location, convert that to world space, and then add half the tile's size, which should make a point in the middle. And then 1,000 units up, which is 10 meters up. So 10 meters above the middle of the tile is the location to spawn it at. And then, yeah, we just load the class, spawn it at the location. And if we manage to spawn it okay, then we track it in our threats array, which the whole point of that basically is that, where is it? When we clean up or something, what is it called? Clear current dive site. We go through and destroy them after if you leave the site, because we're doing level streaming. So the whole game takes place in one level. We just like delete and spawn new stuff. So yeah, okay. Spawn threats. What do we need to pass in there? Dive site. All right, and that should do it. I'll just compile that in and we'll test it. We may get a crash or we may get nothing happening. I'm not sure. Hang on. I forgot to... I have to check out these. There we go. Check out the DLLs, otherwise it the read only. Alright, see if that works. We should hopefully get a 10% chance per tile to spawn a giant eel. And that 10% is hard coded, as is the spawn location, but what that will actually eventually be using is this threat hostility level will control the likelihood. Yeah, but we did get some eels, very good, and they should all hang out around their particular tiles, which is cool. Like they can wander, but not like too far. So as you're exploring, you might see them at a distance, and they're not just gonna like kind of wander off the map or around the whole. Yeah, it's possible for multiple eels. Yeah, there's every map there's going to be one Titan, which is like the massive cryptid. So like Megalodon, Kraken, Loch Ness Monster. And then the threats, which are like eels or anglerfish or barnacle swarms or ninjas, they're going to be like... we're about to get zapped. They're going to be randomly generated, and there can be more than one. Or like the sandworm thing someone suggested. What was it called? Sand mason worm, sirens, ninja, eel swarms. Lemon suggested last night a lamprey. Yeah, but those kinds of things. Bobbit worm. Oh. Yeah, they're pretty gross looking. What are they? Oh. So they suck stuff underwater? That's similar to the worm thing I thought. Maybe I'm thinking of a different thing. Bobbit worm, what's sand mason worm then? Oh yeah, it is a similar thing. I guess this is kind of more on beaches. Bobbit worm, I'll write that down, yeah. Things that like you can, if you look closely, you'd be able to see like in the sea floor there might be like a little hole or a particle, and if you go near it, then you know, you get jumped by a worm. All right, so we've got eels spawning everywhere. That's good. Not good for the player, but good for the gameplay, I think. Let me generate that a couple of times, just make sure they do. Alright, I feel like I just completely jinxed the hell out of that. Yeah, so that's the problem, is I'm not really taking into account what's in the tile, I'm just spawning it in the middle, no matter what. So I should probably do like some sort of trace or something, or author a point. Very good. So it's all eels and megs right now, but once we have a bigger cast of creatures, this is going to be pretty good, I think. One wrong gamble and the whole map is full of worms and eels. Yeah, there's, because it's only a chance. There technically you could land a 10% dice roll on every single tile, so I probably should be smarter about that at some point, but that point is not now. It'll be fine the way it is for now. Very good. Before I commit, I'm just gonna play. I also should be probably doing things like excluding the dive site. Like right now, we could actually spawn an eel right at the spawn point, which isn't very good. So now we have potentially a whole bunch of eels, or none, who knows, and a megalodon out there somewhere. So now the mission is get as much salvage as we can before the time runs out without getting wrecked by an eel or a megalodon. So this is where the horror starts coming in, now that I don't know how many are there or where they are. Oh, there's one coming for me. I see. And they're pretty hard to run away from. Well, actually, yeah, I'll write that down because that's something I'll do today too. What I want to have happen is if the eel's coming for you like that or shocking you, if you turn your power off, it should after a few seconds just leave you alone, basically. So that'll be the gimmick with it, is being careful with your power usage. They also might see you from a little far away right now, I'm not sure, but yeah. All right, let me compile that again, make sure we're compiled, and then commit. Yep, we're good. So that system will work for all threats right now. It's just not very smart. But easy to swap out for something better later. The fact is, it exists. Cool. That is good. Yeah. Other than the power thing, that eel is good enough for now. How many biomes will there be? We're thinking like, it was hard to know because like I don't know how long they're going to take to make, but we were thinking like I think 4 to 5. Kind of calling them themes. But there might be more, there might be less. I don't know. It just depends. So we're thinking of a few different ones. So the Pollution Valley, Kelp Forest, some sort of like abyss would be cool. Geothermal area, shipwreck, graveyard, and then like basically like a sunken city. And then I think Lemon wants to do a couple more that are like more based around the depth of like the sunlight zone, moonlight zone. So it's still up in the air right now. That's one part we're leaving till later, because ideally the game should be fun regardless of what environment you're playing in, and the environment should just kind of elevate that and add to it, which is why we're kind of keeping things basic right now. But yeah, good question though. All right, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, probably make a new coffee, and I'll be back in a few minutes and we'll continue on. Alrighty. I'm back. Fresh coffee ready to go. Okay. Right, what we're working on, let's see. It's gonna do the switchboard, wasn't I? Do that. Alright, so if we look at a submarine, yeah, power control right now. We just have this basically light thing up here. So let's see. Alright, I guess we'll just do this in Blender. It's probably going to be easier. Source content. Check out. We'll do it in the, wherever the sub is. Do it in here. I'm going to make something similar to this, like a basic version of, yeah, like maybe more like that, maybe. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so if I do it in here, I can just turn this off for a second. So I want it to be modular, so I'll just make, and there's going to be still placeholder model, but so make one of those, then I guess divide it into 3, and then probably inset from here. Make a little switch thing, and then we can just have let's see, yeah, with a cylinder. Like that. That would rotate up or down. That's fine. And then we just have a little bit come off this basically. Just to keep this super fast, I'll just do that as a separate cube. Yeah, it's probably fine. we'll do like that, and then let me just make this a little bit lower as well, and then we'll have just an indicator. We need like basically an area for yeah, we need a light, and then also somewhere for an icon, I guess. The light, I will do, what do you reckon, circle light? Doesn't really matter, does it? We'll do it like a bar, why not? Delete those faces. There we go, and then the label can be above it, I guess. Yeah. Looks fine to me. The only thing then maybe I will do is extrude scale on the X. And then scale on the Y. So that if we have a whole bunch of these in a row, there's like a little bit between them basically. I think that'll work. More subdivisions? Nah, we don't need more subdivisions, do we? Pretty sure that should be enough. If I shade that smooth and grab the top, or even better if I just shade auto smooth. No, maybe you're right. I'm gonna have to do this manually. Maybe we might need a few more. We'll see. I think we might get away with this. Yeah, no, I don't think we need more subdivisions. I think we're all good here with this. Maybe. We'll see how it renders in Unreal. Maybe on those corners. Anyway, so we've got the thingy here, the light. And then we'll have a plane. Subdivide 5,000 times. Yeah, we should do that, shouldn't we? You want a subdiv? Here we go. I'll just crank it. Nice and smooth. There we go. Now we have, let me see. The 12,000. That's probably not enough, is it? 100,000? That's edges. 50,000. There we go. 200,000 poly. Nice. We're not doing that. Few polys never hurt nobody. No, they do say that, don't they? They do say that. Just turn on nanite these days, right? What I'm trying to decide now is I probably don't want to make this a bone animated thing. I probably should just do it like vertex animation or something, but I guess the quickest thing will be just do it as 2 meshes. So power, what are these things called? Power something, power, like switch, power switch. And then, but then what's this? The power switch switch? Switch? Power switch switch? Switch for the power switch? Hardest part of game development, naming things. Alright, and then we'll just make that a separate material. Don't crash, I haven't saved this yet. Please don't crash. Whew. Material, or, you know, whatever, power switch. And then new material called light. Like indicator light. And that can be basically just this. Assign those. Power switch squared. Such a troll. Alright. And the scale of this is going to be obviously way too big. So we'll make it a lot smaller. Rotate on the Z by 90. And grab both of these. Control A, rotation scale. And make sure we export them. Export recursive. The only thing is, yeah, actually. Hang on. No, I need to be careful about the origin of this particular thing. So if I grab both sides there, cursor to selected, set origin to 3D cursor. Yeah. Now when it comes into Unreal, that should rotate around the correct point. Export recursive, export recursive. Grab both of those. Only one asset will get exported. Why? Oh yeah, UVs. Q project done. Power switch, and then power switch. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's export those. Sub power control. Power switch board. Bring in those meshes. Yeah. Power switch, switch. Wait, why is that bringing it in as one mesh? Have I got combined meshes on in here? No. Is it just going to do it one at a time? Ah, it is. There you go. Cool. Cool. Nanite, I don't know why you think you want to be on all the time. Definitely not using Unreal 5 because of Nanite. I'm using it because it's getting updated. Alright, here we go. We've got a power switch. And it looks fine. Yeah, we don't need more polys. I think that's fine. Maybe a little bit dodgy on the back there. Yeah, it might be a little bit dodgy. We'll see. And then this one. Yeah. Seems right. I don't know if the size of this might be too small now. Power sub control. Okay, now this is gonna potentially get dodgy, but I'm gonna make a sub. Oh, should I do it like that? Probably not. Probably shouldn't make each of these an actor. Don't tell anyone. Not a fan of that. No, well, don't know. Not a fan of it. I've just never found a use case for it. I've never been like, yeah, hell yeah, that was worth the effort, you know. I don't know. I think just because I'm not like a artist, I don't make like super high res whatever, you know, like sculpts and all that. I think it's better for that. But for me, I've never had a use where I'm like, yeah, that is awesome. It's like instead of LODs, basically, you just, I mean, they like to say you just get infinite polygons, and it just, you know, it at runtime will manage that virtual geometry or whatever. But I mean, I'm not modeling anything with like 100 million polygons because I can barely model stuff like this, so just not my thing. And it causes a few not issues, but there are downsides to it, so I just basically don't see a point in using it most of the time. Okay, so we got this. We got now the switch. Okay, so we're gonna need. Do we have a light? I swear we do. Okay, spotlight. Create material instance. Mi power switch light enabled. And wait, what? Color when it's enabled will be green, I guess. And disabled red, either like dark like that or red. Might try red like that. Okay, so enabled, disabled, yeah, probably be fine. All right, so let's see this. Let's see, I'm trying to think of how, do I want the replication to be in this? Probably not. Does there need to be replication? Probably not. Okay, power switch, we've got that, and then in the power control, so this was just this cube thing before. Now it's going to be, this is, I don't know, this is getting real iffy with the power switch. Like, I'm going to have a child actor component inside a child actor component inside an actor, and I just don't think that is probably a great idea. We can just get rid of that. All right. So we have that now in the submarine. Those are probably way too small, but I'll just check the scale. Yeah. What the hell? What is happening? Oh, there's collision on them. Right, my bad. Of course there is. For now, no collision. Yeah, they probably need to be a little bit bigger than that, huh? Don't know, that might still be a little bit small, but whatever. We can at least implement it for now. Okay. propulsion. We're going to need to get some text on here, I guess, for now. It's probably going to be the way I'll do it until I have icons. Okay, so we'll say label. Propulsion. What else do we have? Lights. Sonar. And radio. And what do we call, like, the screen, I guess? Like the not interface. Like trying to think what they call it in planes. It's not dials, it's not meters, it's like they're instruments. Yeah, instruments. Exterior lighting, and then I guess we could have one for interior lighting. I'll just reorder these a little bit. Okay, where would you put those power controls though? Kind of running out of room in this sub, to be honest. I'll just put them here for now. Ooh, ooh. May move them. Yeah. All right. So now we have our power controls over here. Well, we've got docking on the right, so let's put the power controls on the left, actually. We're gonna probably, we definitely will end up redoing this entire sub interior layout once we know all the pieces that need to exist. Maybe it would be like more down and then like, you know, something like that. But there's no point trying to get a good layout until we know what everything that is going to be inside the sub will be. Yeah, there we go. Something like that would be good. Just need to straighten it. There you go. That's pretty good, I guess. Okay, so now we have them. Now we need to actually do stuff when you click on them. So that's where things are going to get a little bit weird. But power switch. How do I do this again? How did I do that interaction with the other stuff? Power sub control, is it? I think it's an interface, right? Interactable, yeah, it's an interface. We can just do local for this, I think, and then is enabled on by default, I guess. We just set is enabled to be not whatever it is, and then we can update the light. In slot 1, isn't it? Yep. If it's enabled, use that material. If it's disabled, we'll use that one. All right. And the other thing was we need this to rotate. So when it's on, wait, how does that work? When it's on, is it up or down? I feel like down, right? Yeah, surely. So that will be on, so minus 45 and then 30. Enabled. If it's enabled, we'll play it. Otherwise, we will reverse it, right? Yeah. And we'll just do float or alpha. And we'll do 0, 0, 0.51. Might as well smooth the curve a little bit too. Length of 0.5. All right, and then we can just set the switch's relative rotation. What is it? The Y 30 to minus 45. Like that, I think. All right, see if any of that works. No, because there's no collision on the things, right? So for this box, we'll just put let's see, collision, remove collision box. There we go. Power switch, collision. Was your custom world dynamic, I guess, and then just block visibility. Query only. No overlap events. All right. Now let's see. In theory, I should be able to turn the individual switches on and off, maybe. Yep. Just getting friggin' electrocuted right off the rip. When I first switched it, it didn't play the animation for some reason. Guess I can just do that. Not really ideal though. And also I have noticed I can't actually look far enough to my side to toggle the other switches or anything. On or off, but so I need to reposition that a little bit. So let's see, it's gonna have to be maybe more like this. But then the sonar's in the way, eh? What about like in the middle? Something like that, I wonder. That might be too intrusive to your view. No, it's actually okay. It's kind of weird to have them stuck on the glass like that, but we can change that. All right, cool. They're doing their thing. So now, I guess I'll just have a dispatcher called on switched. Is enabled. Because this is all local, so we're going to need to just trust the client on these switches. Let me do set enabled. There we go. Any enemy that can turn off specific parts of the sub. Yeah, I think that would be cool. I don't know. What do you think? I reckon. Yeah. I don't know how I'd communicate that to the player necessarily, but yeah. And maybe taking damage in certain ways could, like it could disable certain, parts. All right. So that is all good. Now we just need to actually label these properly. So this is exterior lighting. This is propulsion. This is sonar. This is radio. Instruments, interior lighting. Now, is there going to be a way to do a bind to this in an easy way? No. Fuck. Okay. Alright, well that's, yeah. Exterior lighting. Get child actor. Exterior lighting switched. There's no, let me see, is there a way? Bind switch. Yeah, no, I can't do it in here, can I? Okay. Can't do it as a macro, but can I do it as a function? I was hoping, oh, I can. Component. There we go. That makes it a little bit easier. Still not fantastic, though, to be honest. Exterior lighting, propulsion. Let's just test this with, radio as well, maybe? Sonar. No, instruments. Let's do that. Because I might end up changing the way I implement this again, and I don't want to do all of these and then realize I am going to change it. I'm heavily leaning towards changing it right now to tags, flipping tags on and off, or a bit mask enum, but but we'll see. The radio is proximity. Yeah, it's basically proximity chat, except if you're on the mother sub, then you can have communication back and forth with anyone on the map. The idea being that, like, if you had a bunch of players, one player could potentially stay up on the mother sub and not drop down, and then like kind of relay communication back and forth between people. But it is proximity. Okay. So are we replicated? No. And this is going to come back locally. Yeah, this is getting real gross, isn't it? Because that's going to come back locally, and then what does this need to actually connect to? Be those lights there. Yeah, I'm going to do this as a tag, at least partially for now, because otherwise I'm going to just be duplicating this so many times. So there's going to be another callback called on system on enabled systems changed. And I'm just going to do, I think, a gameplay container. Yeah. Enabled systems, there we go. That's a cool idea, having the main guy. So the other subs can't talk to each other from infinite distance. No, they can't, no. Or at least that's what we're working with at the moment. The doors, yeah. The other thing, so we've got a few things written down for what we call the coordinator role, which is the person that stays on the sub if they want. They'll basically also be able to see a map of the drop site, the dive site, that sort of gets revealed as players explore, but they'll also be able to see basically all the player subs, and like, how do I explain this? Like a collage basically of all of the players' sonars combined into one. So they'll be able to basically see all the information from all the individual players, but like put into one map, and then kind of like feed information around, like, hey, the Megs up in the northeast, or what, whatever it is. So there's going to be a few systems that are going to be specifically for players that decide not to dive. But you'll never have to have a coordinator to play the game. Propulsion. Sonar. We got radio. Instruments. We're not focusing on the coordinator part of the game right now, though, because we're trying to put a massive focus on getting like the game to be fun with the minimal amount of stuff, and then anything on top of that is going to be like bonus, basically cherry on top. So what I could, can I do this? Here we go. Switched. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I'll pass in the system tag. Sorry, this is probably a bit boring watching me just kind of like design the system live, but this is kind of my thought process when I'm creating a new mechanic or whatever, and I haven't thought about it ahead of time. You're seeing kind of like how I, my process of figuring out how I want to do it, basically. Alright, so then each of these is now going to have a tag associated. Propulsion, sonar, radio, instruments, and interior lighting. And now when they do the callback, power control on switch. Yeah, this power control on switch, we're going to pass back whether it's enabled, but then also the tag, gameplay tag. Tag, system tag. I think this is a good way to design this. I don't know, we'll see. It's hard to know until it's done. Cool, so now we have this bind, which is going to come back with a callback, which means it doesn't really matter that much anymore, but we can do this a lot easier now by, honestly, get actors, get components by class of ourselves with child actor. Go through each of them, get the child actor, and then we can Oh, we don't even need to get the child actor. We can just do the binding for all of them in one go like that. If they pass the cast, which I'm pretty sure is in there. Did I put the cast in there? Yeah. Yeah, and then this callback is, I'm pretty sure, messed up. There we go. System switched, and now we have the tag and whether it's enabled or disabled. So rather than having a whole bunch of duplicated code like we had before, we can just say if it was enabled, add gameplay tag to the container. Otherwise, believe it or not, remove that same tag from that container. And now this variable should hold every enabled system in one variable. And now we can just return that as one thing. So we don't even need this to be interactable anymore. Do you want to transfer the interface? No. And we don't need to replicate this. So now instead of having a function for each system, and to add a new system, we just duplicate this and set the tag. So now, one layer up, so that was the switches can now talk to the power controller, which is basically a bunch of switches. And now we need this bunch of switches to talk to the actual submarine, which, where do we do that again? In here, I think. Yeah, this part. So power control, child actor, power control. Now we want to assign to enabled systems changed. And we're still local, remember, this is still all local client-side stuff. But now we can, yeah, basically check whether, you know, something is, needs to get turned on and off. So, for example, if this contains, how do I do this again? Has tag exterior lighting. Then that is where we can basically turn the lights on and off. So yeah, like this. Set lights enabled. And then we just kind of do that for each system. Like now we just kind of wire it to whatever actual mechanic is supposed to it's supposed to control. So now if I do exterior lights, yeah, you can see I can turn my lights on and off. And the other ones don't do, oh my god, don't do much of anything. Yeah, I think this is a fine-ish way to do this for now. The only problem is this is local still, so I need to now replicate the enabled systems, I think. Pass that to the server, and now this can be a rep notify. It's kind of like such a multi-step process going on here, and when that rep notify happens, then we can basically check this. So hashtag, what did I say? Basically what we had in there, but now it should be replicated. Set lights enabled. I'm gonna go has system enabled. Tag exact match, then we can just use this instead of this. And now we don't need to care where that comes from. And now we can just say, do we have our exterior lights enabled, and then just pass that through to that function. That should do the same thing, but now it should work in multiplayer. Should. Yep. It does work, it's just in the wrong state by default. But that's easily fixed by just turn all these on by default. That now controls what systems are on when you first get in the sub. Exterior lighting, yeah, can turn that off, and I can still move now because I'm not turning off my entire power supply, which is actually one that I don't have there, probably should, for battery. But yeah, cool. So let's hook a few more of these up then. So on rep systems enabled, we've got interior lighting as well, which would be this, I think. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I can turn off the lights inside the sub now. It still starts in kind of a weird state. Okay, propulsion. How does that one work? Okay, set physics enabled. So now we should have propulsion control, which very rarely would that actually be useful, but I don't know, that's there. So if I turn off my propulsion, hang on, turn all the lights on. Yeah, propulsion's off, I can't move. Turn it on, now I can. Cool. Instruments, instruments is going to be, let's see. I'll just do this as a function because it's going to be annoying to keep track of. Set instruments enabled. Okay, so yeah, now we need to figure out what there is. So there's this. There's vitals readout. There's the nav display. There's thrust meters. And yeah, that's probably it for now. And then set actor. Oh yeah, I can set visibility as well. All right, let's try that one now. So we should have instruments control as well, possibly. Yep. Cool. Sonar radio. Well, sonar, I don't know how to really display that, to be honest. And radio, we haven't sort of mucked around with yet. So I think that's the ones we need for right now. Now it's a case of just making sure we have this run by default. So update power systems, which we can now just call somewhere on begin play probably. So initially get everything into the right state. That's right. And then if I, oh wait, what? Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. So when we update the power systems initially, we also need to tell the power controls what our default enabled systems are. Otherwise, it's just going to come back to us and be like, well, they're all off now. Cool. Yeah, that is something we've talked about, John, having a friend be able to save you when your power's out. So one of the mechanics we talked about was maybe being able to attach like a tow cable or something to your sub and bring you back. But I'm not sure what the exact mechanic of being able to help a player would be. It might be like you can pick them up with your claw, or you can discharge some of your power to them. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work, but it would be cool to get in a way to and that's also why when you run out of power, you don't just instantly die. You have, I think, 60 seconds of oxygen that starts running out, is to give other players a window to basically be able to come and save you. I just don't know exactly how they will save you right now. So if you have ideas, I'm open to them. But yeah. Okay, this is probably good enough for now. So they got the power systems working, kind of. There. And we've got a has system enabled thing, which can be used by AI, which is good. And yeah, do I need to? That should all be fine. That should all be fine. Yeah, I think we're good to commit that. Oh, let me check multiplayer real quick. I don't think I did that yet. Probably should have checked that quite a while ago. Alright, so I'll get in this. And then I'll add a client who can get in his sub. And can the client turn their instruments on and off? Yep. Exterior lighting, yep. Nice. Interior lighting, propulsion, all that. Okay, and make sure the server. Yep. So I could turn off exterior lighting on both of these, but leave interior lighting, and now you can see, well, it's kind of hard to see, but you can just see a tiny little light inside. It's pretty cool. Cool. So replication seems to be working okay as well. And the submarine thing is good. I can close that now. Cool. All right. Well, I will commit that stuff now. Cool. Good. The next thing I can quickly try to do, because it should be easy now that I've done that, is make the... Let me write down something. Make the eel not be able to detect you if you turn off something. That's the question. I guess it would be your entire battery, which now that I think about it means we need another switch. So I'll quickly do that. Or should I just do... I'll just do lights for now. And we'll change it to something else later, probably. So if we go to the eel, giant eel, we can put an extra check in here to say when we are trying to detect a pawn, we can say it's unfortunate to have to cast like this, to be completely honest with you. Wait, what? Cast BP. That's weird. There we go. Cast the pawn to a submarine. It's actually very unfortunate to have to do that. No, I should do this properly. Otherwise, we're going to get up with tons of hard references everywhere. And again, I kind of don't want to do this interface, but it's going to be the easiest way to quickly do it. So, oh, actually, no, I can get the... No, I can't really do that. Okay. I am power systems. Get enabled power system, or is power system enabled? And that will be a gameplay tag. System tag and return a boolean. And it will be const. And now we can add the interface here. And we can just say has system, has power. What did I call that thing? Has system enabled. There we go. There we go. So now the giant eel doesn't need to know about the player sub specifically, it just needs to know, hey, does the thing have a power system enabled of, yeah, again, we'll just do exterior lighting. I think we could just do any of these, to be honest, but we'll just do that for now. And if it does, then we're going to use that as a target. If it doesn't, we're going to ignore it. Cool. This should also be a retriggerable delay. And I'm going to make it that yeah, let's go lose target. Let's see, tick, wrap target. We'll get the current target, check whether it still has the lighting enabled. And if it doesn't, then we're going to lose the target. And in fact, we don't need to check that every tick. We could just say set a timer like here. I think it's 1-0, isn't it? Check lose target. And we'll just check once a second. Right, lose target. And then when that happens, we can clear and invalidate that timer. There we go. So when we have a target, we're just going to keep checking every second to see is it still a valid target, basically. In this case, it's just, do you have your lights on? Which, if you know that, is pretty straightforward. But it kind of like adds to the mastery of the game, is like figuring these things out, you know. And it probably won't be exterior lighting long term. I'll have another one for like just your battery in general. So if I just turn off my exterior lighting, are we getting attacked? No. Yeah, we are getting attacked by the Meg. Okay. That's going to make things pretty difficult then. Leave me alone. I'll go, yeah, I just want to go see if an eel will notice me now that I don't have my lights on. There's one right there. So I got my exterior lights off, so even if I get right in front of it, it shouldn't care, hopefully. Because all it wants to do is drain my power. I'm gonna get ganked by the Meg again, aren't I? So yeah, even if I get right up in its grill, doesn't care. Right? Doesn't care? Yeah. If I turn my exterior lights on, now it cares. Okay. And now it's on me. If I turn my lights off, it leaves me alone. Again. Yeah. So once you learn that mechanic, that's kind of cool. Like kind of cool bit of mastery. It still doesn't make it super easy, but there is a way to kind of like defend against them now. If you know there's eels around. Because like it's obviously not ideal to have to turn your power off all the time. It's very hard to see where it is, isn't it? Some of the maps probably will have bigger visibility than others. He's like, should be able to see him on the radio there. Oh, he's coming. So turn my lights off. And boom. He's swimming away. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like it a lot. All right. Yeah, so we'll probably change the system that he's sensitive to. But exterior lighting works for now as a placeholder. Cool. Commit that. I'm going to be a little bit vague about this just to like, so that maybe Lemon won't know exactly how it works, and I can use him as an experiment to see what happens. But just wants to play a power usage. There we go. Cool. All right. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get myself a little drink, and yeah, and then we will continue on with the next task, which I might fix a couple of bugs. I'm not sure what I'll do exactly yet, but we are ripping through these, which is cool. Yeah, so I'll be back in a little minute. I'm back. Sorry, that's my phone going off. Right. Zooming into my text. Yeah, my brother might be coming down this weekend. Would you be able to see that from there? Surely my camera's not that good. Maybe. AI upscale. Right. Get myself a Coca-Cola. You never lie. Daily sister, yeah. It just makes up a bunch of stuff. That's good on my screen. 6-6. Right. Yes, I will. I was just texting my mother, if you must know. Okay. Propulsion. Okay, round timer. Okay, there's a couple of tiny little tweaks I want to do real quick. They'll take me like 5 minutes. One of them is to remove the time from the debug stats. It is not in the debug stats. Okay, where is it then? Game state. I'll leave it here just because I might switch back to that again, but we'll just show just the state for now. Because part of the gameplay is you don't know how long you have left. I'd be surprised if they make that someday. That'd be so messed up. Because like they could, that's the thing, like with that stuff is you go back through like old footage and like old stuff on, like suddenly like you can just retroactively dox everyone. Wild. All right. That's one thing I wanted to do. Now that I've removed that though, you can't actually tell how long is left in the round, so I need to put that somewhere. I think I'll just quickly jam it into this UI for now, since I don't have a better place to put it. Boom. Now what? Dive time left. So that's what I want right there. Okay. Quota display. Duplicate. Round time left. I guess I'll put that at the top. Let's see, hang on. Let's copy that. Create a binding. Format. Boom. And then we calculate it like this. Time. Now, do I want to get the game state on tick? Probably not. Get game state, cast to salvage operation game state. Game state. All right. And then we're going to need a visibility one. Because we only want to show the round time. So if there is no game state for some reason, then we can collapse it. If there is, we want to check, like, how do we check that? Like, I guess greater than 0. There's probably a smarter way I could check that. Seconds remaining greater than 0. Maybe actually I'll check the state. Yeah, if the state is anchored, we'll show it. Because that way, if you run out of time while anchored, you'll get to see it be at 0 if you're on the ship. You want to read my text again? I got a thumbs up. Brutal. Okay, that should be good now. Yeah, so, I mean, I did say this would take 5 minutes, to maybe a little bit longer than 5 minutes. But it seems like a small thing, but I feel like that's important to not show how long is left in a round when you're in your sub, because I want there to be, like, room for people to second guess themselves or question it. Or, again, something that the coordinator can be good for is communicating how long we have left. But yeah, there we go. Time left 5-10 minutes. So now when I'm in my sub, I can't really tell. I know I have about 9 minutes. I could set a real life timer, I suppose, but it just adds the element of like, oh, should we go back yet? I don't know. Yeah, so let's commit that. Removed round timer from print. Added round timer to quota. Board on mother sub. Mothership, mother sub, whatever. Thumbs up reaction is worse than being shot. Oof. What does site valuation mean? Yeah, when you mean on here, when you travel to one of these places, when it generates the level. In fact, I don't even know if this is actually implemented yet, but this is what is supposed to happen. When the salvage and scrap that you're looking for is spawned, there's basically a chance for it to spawn, and the chance is like multiplied by this, basically. So some of these you'll find more scrap at than others. It doesn't mean necessarily that the value is higher, which I guess is what it's kind of implying. It just means there's more of it. Because the idea is before you do a dive, I haven't been doing it because I'm just testing, but you would basically be picking which drop site you want to go to based on, the site valuation, how hostile it is, potentially what the Titan is, if there's any hazards, maybe some of them might cost fuel or money to travel to, etc. And so site valuation is probably not going to be very accurate, and I might only show more accurate numbers if you upgrade the sub. But anyway, that's basically what that's supposed to be for. As a way to tell, like, roughly, like, how much money you're going to make at a site, and is it worth the risk to go there and find the stuff or not. So this one is 93% site valuation. And the corp is buying for 85% right now. I might fix that next as well. Corp replication. I wasn't going to fix too many bugs right now, but I am going to just do a couple that kind of ruin the playtest. Another one I am going to quickly do is, I guess there is no HUD, right? Dang, yeah, I guess there isn't. Now that I think about it, okay, well, we're going to need one of those just for pretty much a dot in the center of the screen, because it's hard to do anything without that. So let's just say gameplay HUD. UI HUD. Like, let's call it interaction HUD. Canvas, and then image right in the center, and like very small. I'll just even honestly just leave it a square for right now. That's probably fine. Yeah, that's basically it. And then player character. No, character. Yo, what's up, sir? Loving the folklore game. I appreciate it, yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, Folklore Hunter, out now on Steam. Good fun, so I've been told. We're working on the next game at the moment. Alright, so let's see. Begin play. Locally controlled. Here we go. Create widgets. Actually, since this is going to be for everything, why don't we just do it on the player controller? Locally controlled. Do that stuff there. And then we'll just add the HUD, and that way it'll show up. It doesn't matter if you're in the sub or on foot. Interaction HUD to viewport. Make it like a high number, and then self. That should do it. Much love. Definitely a lot of fun. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. Alright, cool. We have a dot. Who's hyped? That's what you it's what you guys wanted to spend your day watching, like a weird Kiwi man make a dot on the screen, right? There you go. Now it's small dot. Small dot. This is the new game, Mango. This is the next game we're going to be releasing after Folklore that we're starting work on. It's basically like a deep sea horror diving exploration game. So now the dot I can actually see like what I'm interacting with easier. So it's like, it's such a boring mechanic, but it is necessary. Yeah, and its code name, we don't have a real name for the game yet, but the code name is Project Deep. Like a roguelike procedural horror game, yeah. Yeah, Thalassophobia game, basically, yeah. There is like Megalodon over there. It looks like there's not really any eels on this one. Oh, there is one right there. Yeah, and you pretty much just go around collecting salvage and scrap to sell, co-op multiplayer, etc. Where is he? Should show up on my radar soon. If he's nearby. He's there left. He's coming for me, actually. Turn off the lights. See that? Turn around. Get wrecked. Just immediately turn around and left me alone. That's cool. So you gotta be very careful using lights around these, because he's basically just gonna try and come and drain my battery. Yeah, photosensitivity warning. Well, this is what happens if he does catch me. He just like gets on, and yeah, you can see my charge is like depleting. I can't really see anything. If I turn my lights off, he'll get off again. But they just like took half my charge of my entire sub, which is not ideal. Currently, there is no way to get more charge either. So yeah, we're probably gonna make it so that you get charge when you dock again. But yeah, right now there is no way, so it's kind of like a valuable resource, because that's the only way you, like, the sonar requires power. Like you can see, I just scanned and found some salvage there. So it's kind of critical to have some power. I'll grab that and store it. Yeah, anyway, there's probably some more stuff around here. Yep. Smooth gameplay. I appreciate it. Ramming the enemies be an option. I mean, yeah, you can. What would it be for, though? Can't wait to try it out. Any Leviathans or Megalodon threats? There is a Meg, yeah. I don't know where he is right now, but there is a Meg. Released today. What, DLSS for texts? There's no sounds or anything, and most of the art is placeholder, but yeah, it's getting there. 6x frame gen. What does that mean? Like you're only rendering every 6th frame? Or is that like upscaling 6 times? Let's see if I can get the Meg over here. I don't know where he is. He's way over there. I don't really have enough power to get him over here. But yeah, anyway, he'll come and attack sometimes. Right, so the next thing I wanted to do I need to commit anything? Yes. Ah, yeah, the dot. The dot. Interaction dot. Amazing. Across here. Okay, and then corporation replication. So when you play, each day the corporation will offer you a different random amount they'll buy your salvage for. But when we tested last night, apparently Lemon and I had different values for that. So I just want to check that, and if it is broken, fix it. 35% and 35%. Okay. Maybe it's when the day ticks over. 94%. 84%. Yeah, okay, so it is different. And that's wild. I rolled a... Like, both numbers happen to be exactly the same. Maybe a small donkey Easter egg. Donkey. Yeah, you just like... What, you just find... Yeah, I mean, maybe a statue or something. Like I could put some of the stuff from Folklore Hunter at the bottom of the ocean. Like the Mothman statues and that. Totems. A donkey? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Folklore Hunter Easter eggs. Funny. Whole Wendigo. Yeah. I could just like copy paste his AI over too, so he's just like running around at the bottom. But yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea. I should do a bunch of Easter eggs for that, shouldn't I? Okay, so let's quickly fix this. I say quickly, I'm assuming this is going to be quick, but who knows? Okay, widget. Cargo viewer. 100% value. Okay, and that is coming from where? Get cell multiplier from the game state. Cell multiplier is replicated. Interesting. Find references. Where does it get set? On new day. it's probably getting set on the client as well, eh? That's probably why. Maybe. $58%. 58%. I think that will fix it. Well, 97%. I think that's the highest I've ever seen. 97%. Hell yeah. So yeah, in multiplayer, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what you think. You both, this is the main ship you operate from, and then every player gets their own submarine. Pick a random dive site. Well, ideally you don't pick a random one, but you just pick one. And then, yeah, try to hit this quota, basically, before you run out of time. So if I travel here and we do a drop, we have 10 minutes at this drop site. Where's the other guy? Where's the other player? Am I like right below him? What am I getting hit by right now? That was weird. I think we were hitting each other but couldn't quite see each other. But yeah, you each get your own sub like this. And yeah. You can see I'm just on this the server. I'm getting chased by this massive ass eel right now. That's so sick. That's so sick. Turn off the lights so it doesn't. Oh man, he dragged me to the bottom too. He dragged me to the bottom. Oh no, I do have propulsion still. Yeah, it's pretty cool just watching the other players do their thing. Kind of creepy. Subs can collide with each other, yeah. And you do take damage by doing that. Not heaps and heaps, but you do definitely take damage. I can do it. Where is he? Up here. He's got his lights off, so he's hard to see. There we go. So you can, it's all physics based. The whole game is like all physics, so you can definitely like ram each other and, yeah, all the stuff you would expect. Flip upside down. It does self-right if you get upside down. So if I take my hands off the controls, yeah, it brings me back level again. Yeah. Anyway, cool. So that replication seems to be fixed. I can see if I can get this Meg over here again. And out of power. So when you're out of power, your oxygen starts depleting. You basically have 60 seconds. Or, oh, something's behind me. I can see on the radar, sonar. It's an eel, okay. Oh, no, he's just going to go to the other guy. Hang on, turn your thing off as well. Yeah, anyway, you have a 60 seconds of oxygen before you die, basically. So ideally, your mates could come and save you somehow. I was talking about that with John before. I'm not sure exactly what the mechanic would be, but maybe they share some of their power with you or something. But yeah, if you run out of oxygen, then you're dead. So yeah. Anyway, I will commit the fix for the corp cell rate being different on server and client. Oh, do not submit. Okay, not that one. This one. Fixed corp cell rate not syncing on clients. Yeah, I appreciate it. It seems like you're into the idea. Yeah, I know you are, John. I may add jerry cans just for you. If I do that, just know that I put them in there for you. Yeah. Yes, so cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad you like the style. Every cryptid will be dead on launch day. Yeah, as long as it's every cryptid and not the game, I'll be happy. Oh, dang, my AirPods are dying. Hang on, let me switch to my other headphones. Alright, hopefully you guys can hear me still. I don't really like these headphones as much because there's no way to turn the noise cancelling off, so I feel like I can't hear my voice. I can just kind of hear my head vibrating, which is, don't love it, but it's all right. It's fine. Okay, what's next? I think what's next is just make sure my son. I do have to pick up my son today from daycare, so I can't go all day, which is why I started early. But just make sure we're still good. Seems like it. Seems like it. All right. What's next? Let me check. See if there's anything in Discord. Let's see. No hard timeline yet. Still things in order. Closer to the time. There we go. Yeah, consoles I'm not I probably shouldn't show that. Not moderator only chat. The yeah, console release dates I'm not sure. One of the partners I was going to work with for porting, I've kind of ended up deciding against. I do have, you can see above my head right there, PS5 dev kit, so I've got the game running on there pretty well. I can't stream any of that though because it's all NDA'd up the wazoo, but I am trying to find a partner who will do most of the porting for me, and I'll pay them so that I can focus on making another game. But if it starts getting too late in the year, and time's getting short, I'll probably just have to port it myself, which means I'll pretty much have to stop making Folklore Hunter or Project Deep stuff for like 6 months and do that, which hopefully I don't have to do, but that is the backup plan. Fix corp replication. Okay, let me see if there's any other major bugs that I need to fix before we move on to something else. Charge below 0 doesn't drain battery. Okay, yep, here's a couple. Hope you find someone, but either way, I'm here for the journey. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's nice to hear. It's kind of stressful. I do feel a lot of pressure to like keep people happy. So it's nice to know that some people, there's a little bit of leeway for me to, make the odd mistake here and there. But should be good. I probably shouldn't have announced consoles when I did, but it was a recommendation I received for marketing and stuff for the release. So but it'll be fine. It will come out on consoles one way or another. Either I'll do it or I'll pay someone. So okay, so one thing I want to change or fix is Yeah, and the power component, sorry, it looked like I was just doing nothing there, but I was thinking through doing that programmer thing where you see like 20 futures of how you could design a system, and you pick one, quickly like design it in your head. What I'll do is we have a component on the submarine for the battery. Basically the bug that I'll fix is right now you can't really have your power drained all the way unless it's exact. What I mean by that is, let me find some scrap to pick up. So you can see I've got 100% charge right now. It's not costing me any power to explore. May change that, I'm not sure. If I do a sonar scan, it does cost me 5. Come on, I need to find some scrap before I die to the Meg. Problem is the Megalodon can hear sonar pings, so you got to be real careful about using your sonar. Both scrap, they're not moving. If I hold one of these, yeah, it very slowly ticks down my power while holding it. But now so every time I sonar ping, it uses 5 battery. Hopefully I don't die here, but if I just spam this and keep on spamming it, it gets to 4 and won't go any lower because I can't afford 5% to do the sonar ping. So it just doesn't do it. But what should happen is it uses the charge it has and just doesn't let you do it when it's at 0. Because that also means that the electric eel, when it's draining you, can never completely drain your battery, which, yeah, doesn't make sense. Maybe making the Meg's eyes cloudy would be good. That is a good call. So currently he can actually see you as well as hear your sonar ping. Lemon and I were talking about that last night, about whether we just make it so that he can't see you with anything except your sonar, because that would make his gimmick a little more clear, like how he works more clear. But it might feel weird if you're right next to him and he doesn't do anything to attack you. But if we make it so that he can't see you normally, I think cloudy eyes. Honestly, even if we make it so he can see you, cloudy eyes would still probably be good, because this is like very deep in the ocean and most deep sea creatures don't rely very much on actual visible light. So when he detects you up close, if we keep that, I'll probably, rather than framing it as him seeing you, I'll just frame it as if you do a sonar ping, he can detect it, but also if you're nearby with your sonar on, he can also spot you or detect you. But yeah, no, that's a good call, man. The cloudy eyes. Right, so the oxygen, the power thing, I'm pretty sure is in C++, so I'll quickly do that there. It should be a very small change. Power battery. So here it is here. So if the charge amount is greater than, yeah, then you can't. It's like, say if you have 4% battery and we're trying to lower it by 5, then 4 is not greater than equal. So this is the check that's breaking that. So when we set the charge, do we do any kind of clamping? We do. So wouldn't it just be a case of I just don't know why I put that there in the first place, to be honest. Yeah, here's what I'll do. I'll change this function, consume power. And I'll do bool b require require amount require minimum charge, I guess. How do I do that comment thing that Lemon does? Let me figure that out. Reception, power, travel, cargo component. Here we go. Because these will show up in Blueprint. So amount of charge to consume. If true, charge will not be consumed unless there is enough to consume the full amount, something like that, whatever. Because now we should get a tooltip here, right? No, cool. Consume power. Require minimum charge, and that's just going to be false for everything by default. So it's either require minimum charge. Oh man, I'm just gonna do this the long-winded way. If we require a minimum charge, we'll do this. Else we can here's what we do. If require minimum charge and charge is less than amount, then we just return. That's way better. Now we just knock out pretty much all of this and return false. Otherwise, do that. No, that keeps the logic a lot shorter and easier to read. So if you require a minimum charge and the charge is less the amount, return false. Otherwise, just set the charge. All right, that should, I think, fix that bug. So I'll quickly build and test that. All right. I mean, one way to see will be in the sonar. No, not the sonar. The submarine, I guess. Man, I need to go to the bathroom again. I feel like, is that like an old person thing? Need to go to the bathroom all the time? Require minimum charge. Here we go. So, Now it's not doing that by default, but if we want that old behavior, we can turn this on. So consuming 5. Ah, shit. Hang on. I need another check in here. If, because if you're at 0, it's going to let you consume it as well. So I'm going to have to say if has charge. If you don't have charge, we're going to return false. There we go. Regardless, that should be fine to live recompile. Anglerfish, yeah. Definitely. You know what? I should start a thing on Discord for like ideas, in case you guys do want to contribute. Like, I'd definitely be open to it. For the anglerfish so far, I was thinking, like, because each of these has like a gimmick, right? Like, I call it a gimmick. That's kind of sounds negative, but like the AI should be. There should be a lot of threats and creatures, but each of them should be like they should do a specific thing, or like they should pose one interesting decision to the player. The giant eel, for example, is do I leave my power on and risk getting an eel attached to me, or do I turn it off and risk not being able to see and getting attacked by something else? For the anglerfish, I was basically thinking of having it, kind of like basically show up as salvage on your sonar, representing its like little whatever dangly bit. And then if you pick up that salvage, like this, imagine this is massive and this is like a barrel or something. If you try to pick that up, then basically it will eat you. But I don't know, that might be a little brutal for the mechanic. Like, I don't know how the player would be able to learn. Here's the thing, right? Like, this is a roguelike game, so I want you to die and I want you to lose. But I never want you to lose and feel like losing is okay if, like, instantly, say I just instantly kill you in the game. That's, in my opinion, okay if you either learn something from that you can then use going forward, or you made a calculated risk or decision on your own free will that resulted in you dying. So, for example, if you didn't know that these anglers were around, then you die to one. There should be a way for you to know, okay, so sometimes the salvage could be an anglerfish, and you should also be able to piece together how to understand that for next time. So like maybe the salvage will, just jiggle ever so slightly occasionally or something like that. Or it's always a specific type of barrel that looks a certain way. And then instantly killing you, I'm fine with, because you learned something. So next time you come across that barrel, you're like, okay, that might be an anglerfish. Alternatively, instantly killing you, I feel like, is also fine if you see one of those barrels and you know there is a high chance that it's an anglerfish, but you decide to take the risk anyway. Then I feel like it's fine. If neither of those conditions are true, I feel like I shouldn't ever basically kill you. Because I want you to die a lot in this game, and I want it to be brutal and hard, but I never want it to be unfair, I guess, or like, I always want you to be able to do better next time based on why you died that time. Or be like, I know there's a 20% chance I'm going to die, let's see what happens, boom, I died, and then it's like, okay, fair enough, I don't know if any of that makes sense, but I feel very strongly about making sure the design stays that way. So anyway, and with all that said, with all of these gimmicks, I want to make sure that we follow those rules. Like a barnacle swarm's probably not going to kill you, but it can make you sink to the bottom and not be able to get off the floor. If that happens, like what do you do? How do you learn from that? I guess not swim through barnacle swarms. Right, we're on a drop. I didn't mean to just like ramble that at you or like lecture you. By the way, that's just like I feel like that's a conclusion Lehman and I have come to, that I really want to be a core pillar of this. It's the same as Dark Souls, to be honest, and those types of games, right? You like die all the time, but it's usually never supposed to be for no reason. It's like you're always supposed to either learn something or feel like you messed up. I feel like. All right, so I need to get my charge down to not a multiple of 5. There we go. 99, and now if I spam the sonar, it should be able to go all the way to 0. Yep, and I lose power completely. I can turn these on still. That's not supposed to be like that. Okay, I need to fix that. That's a separate bug. Anyway, all of this turns off. The only problem is when all that turns off, you lose the ability to tell how long you have left of oxygen, so that's kind of a problem. Anyway, I'll fix one bug, add one more bug to the list. I'm pretty sure I'm getting either electrified or attacked by the Meg right now. I'm inside the Meg. Spoiler alert, the Meg is actually a tiny little barrel inside a fake mesh. He's trying to... I don't know why he can't eat me, though. He should be able to. Oh, because my propulsion's off, that's why. Anyway, yeah. So power switches can be used at no battery. When dead, no interface or whatever, and Meg can't move player with no physics. I think that was a change Lemon made the other day. I need to fix. He probably didn't intend that to be the case, but if you have, yeah, let's see. Or maybe it was that thing I did with the power. No, because that's just lights. Let me check. When you die, we empty the battery. And then when the charge state, we set depleting. Oh, maybe not. Where does the physics get changed? You know what? I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in a sec. Ah, muted. Thank you. Why? What? Unban. Ban. Why can I not get rid of this guy? Block? Is that what I want? Report? I'm just going to click all the things. Report for terrorism is an option. Look at this. Holy. I don't think we go that far. He's just selling us something. Sorry, is there a way to kill the enemies? What I was saying before was the bug with the Meg. I think I found it was the thing that I just added, not the fact that we now do physics here, which I can't remember if that was one of the things Lemon added or not. But when the power for propulsion gets turned off, the intent is to stop your movement basically, but I was turning off physics, which meant the Meg couldn't push you around anymore. So I fixed that. And then also, will there be a way to kill the enemies? I think some of them maybe. I don't know. I don't think I want to design the enemies with the intent that they are killable unless that is kind of their mechanic. You know, like I really want to keep the really core like single like way to describe each enemy. So like barnacle swarm, you know, it increases your weight and sinks you, you know, or the angler pretends to be salvage, you know, the giant eel drains, wraps around your sub and drains your power. Nessie, I was thinking basically that it's kind of like Enderman, like it doesn't want to be looked at or seen, like you have to, like at a zoo or something, when they like put a tarantula on someone's face or something, like a big spider, and they're like, all right, it's totally safe, just don't move. As long as you don't move, or it'll be fine. I want basically that feeling, but for the Loch Ness, so it could like swim by you and like look directly into your sub, and just as long as you don't react, it'll leave you alone. Kraken was basically just gonna, I was thinking it would just like basically dangle tentacles down and grab you and start pulling you up. It's probably a bit lame for that one. I might switch it to Ink Cloud. It looks like I did switch it to Ink Cloud actually. And then Megalodon was the sonar. So none of them are really based around killing them, but that doesn't mean there shouldn't, like we can't do that. I just would need to figure out what the mechanic is like. I'm trying to think, like maybe some sort of jellyfish or something like that is when it's near you, it does something bad, but if you smash into it, it kills it and it's gone. And then the mechanic is, overloads your power systems when nearby, unless you ram it to kill it or something like that. If that kind of makes sense. If I have time before I have to pick up my son, I'm going to make a spreadsheet on the stream that might help us design some of these, because we're going to have a design meeting about this hopefully tonight. Anyway, this should be good now. Definitely feel free to like drop some ideas though if you have them, of either creatures or underwater things you think would be cool to have, or game mechanics you think would be cool to have, like I was describing, like the kind of the abilities of things. Definitely open to ideas. All right, let me just spam this, and what should happen, here comes the Meg. Yep, and it hits me and still flips me over, even though my propulsion oh my god, and I'm getting electrocuted. Okay, even though my propulsion is disabled. So that is good, that is fixed. Fixed. Power reaching 0, causing sub-physics to be disabled. Okay, I do have some other bugs, but I'm not going to fix just random stuff for no reason right now. There's a couple of really key things I want to try and fix for the next playtest. Okay, one was that the clients are unable to use their sonars. Okay, so it could be here, could be in the sonar control. One of these things is not replicated. Don't think that needs to be replicated. Oh, yeah, that kind of does. Because I'm pretty sure the active state doesn't change, right? Yeah, this is why having it in here is not great. Activate sonar signals in range. I don't want to replicate this actor, but I will get the replicated event into here by having the bind happen. Well, this will only trigger on the server, so now we can do an RPC for a sonar scan. Yeah, no, this shouldn't be in here. This is kind of messed up that it's in here, to be honest. This is like the lever you click to trigger a sonar. It doesn't make sense that that is the thing. Like the submarine is the thing that does the sonar scan. There we go. And that is running on all as a multicast, so that should be good. That should fix, yeah, clients not being able to scan. So let's make 2 players. That kind of ruined the game a little bit last night. Actually, the other one. It's the tile replication, but I'll get to that in a second. Okay. So as a client, let's jump in a sub. Man, this is a decent stream today. 4 hours so far. It's good starting early. Yeah, I am consuming power now, which is good. Still not working though. attached parent actor is none. Oh, of course it is. My bad. Just gotta be careful I don't die to the Meg while trying to test this. I see some scrap there if I scan. There's something on my right that is not salvage. Yep, I see the... What is that? That's an eel? Is it? Or is it salvage? No, it is salvage. Okay. Cool. Yeah, okay, so that's fixed as well. Don't know what that's about. Okay, file, save all. Got a couple of really small tweaks to keep making here. So feel free to. We're probably not going to do any other major stuff this stream since I only have about an hour left. But so feel free to tune out if this kind of stuff is not interesting. I probably won't have time to make any new creatures or anything today, but I am just going to fix a few bugs and tidy up a few bits and pieces, basically, I think. I do need to recompile the DLLs. If I get time, I will do the spreadsheet, but it's not looking promising. Okay, rebuild DLLs, revert unchanged. We made mad progress today, though. I'm very happy. Fixed power not being consumed at if, oh Jesus, how do I say this? If amount is greater than charge. Now optional ball. And I actually fixed 2 bugs, didn't I? That's not ideal. Fixed clients not being able to scan with sonar. Should have been 2 commits, but I did it as 1. Whoops. I need to get some of you guys on the beta branch for this as well. Get some keys so you can test with me. Do some play testing if you're interested. Right. Okay. The next one that kind of sucked was that'd be fun. Yeah, no, that would be very helpful for me, especially things like voice chat and Steam and stuff that I really can't test very well with one person. But okay. So yeah, 2 clients. So when we were playing yesterday, there were a few times where Lemon did not have the tiles replicate to him the level. So if I play, then add a client afterwards, how do I show unlit? Why can't I do any show flags on the client? Yeah, right, okay. So they're not replicating in, and they probably won't. Okay, I think that is a relevancy thing. Possibly. Or that would be my first guess. So, do we have a base class? Tile level instance. We do. It's in C++. Classic. That's fine. B replicates and then relevant. Forces the stack to be net relevant if it is not already by default. Probably shouldn't be calling that in a constructor though. Hopefully one of those two things will fix it. How much Lethal Company have you played, John? Why is this not building? Probably because Unreal's still closing, I guess. 264 hours. Wow. Holy. Yeah, okay, well, you'd be a good person to playtest this game with. Are there any other games in that genre that you like? Because I know I have never played them, but there's like Repo, like GTFO, I guess, and a few other games like that. Have you got any other recommendations for that genre, like horror extraction, Repo? Yeah. I need to play a few more of them, probably. Not that I want to be too like inspired by them, I guess, but just to see like what works and what doesn't. Come on, why can I not build this freaking project all of a sudden? Plugins, build, source. Unreal must still be running. Sorry for all the sniffs and stuff as well, by the way. I didn't love that was all audible when I was watching the VOD back, but yeah, can only do so much being sick. Is there an Unreal process still going here that I'm not seeing? I don't think so. What the hell is this doing? Okay, let's revert unchanged files. Check out all of this into the build thing again, maybe rechecking it out. 88 hours on that, nice, wow. What is going on? The DLL can't be... What are you talking about? I just checked it out. Oh my god, I'm checking out the wrong filter. God damn it. Check out binaries. Yeah, I'm stupid. There we go. Build is not the folder I was trying to check out. There we go. 88 hours in Repo. Nice. Yeah, it seems like a fun genre. Do you play mostly multiplayer? Nice. Okay, that should, in theory, just... If that was the problem, it should just work now, I think. So, have the server load in, then have the client load in afterwards. And then I can just honestly just go debug mode. Yeah, that fixed it. It was just relevancy. Easy fix. It's probably not a great long-term thing, because if they're really far away, I don't know if I want to be loading those, replicating them or not. But for now, it'll work. We're unchanged files. How are we doing on time? 1 o'clock. Doing not too bad. Fixed tiles not loading on client due to relevancy. Made them always relevant for now. Yeah, quite a mad day today so far. It's pretty good. All the way from here. Another one done. Okay, here's another easy one. I'm gonna make it faster to go up and down. Sounds like such a nothing thing, but I think we've mentioned it enough times now that I think it'll make it feel better. If you think 264 hours on Lethal Company is bad, you should see how many I have on Arc. Oh god. Pretty sure I have quite a few on Arc too. Probably not as many as you though. I think, yeah, it's probably... Arc's probably like, maybe like 100 to 200 for me, I think. Yeah. Okay, what was I going to do? Submarine. 557, yeah. Nice. I think Armor 3 is still the game I have the most hours in from like years ago, when I was at uni. Used to play that a lot. Alright, we need to just make it go up and down faster. Local propulsion inputs. Forward propulsion, vertical propulsion, submersible movements. Here we go, vertical propulsion power. If we just make it the same as forward and backward, we'll see how that feels. Basically faster to go up and down. Yeah, this is very quick. Maybe it's alright. I don't know. We'll just have to see. Oh, we'll just have to see how that goes. Why has he got his mouth open? I think he was trying to eat the chain. I don't know why he's got his mouth open. Yeah, the Meg, because he spawns randomly, he does sometimes just come straight for the starting location. Because the map for our debug testing map is not that big. It's pretty big. Like you can see relative to the size of my submarine, it's pretty big, but not huge. So it doesn't take him long to come in, reach the middle. It's when he goes really far outside of the map that it's a problem. And yeah, he'll also try and eat the squids for some reason. Not the squids, the eels. Will I be increasing the size of the map? I have no idea, honestly. John, what do you think? Because, like, I could. It's literally just a number I can change. But I don't know. You have 10 minutes to do a dive, right? I could make it bigger, keep it small. I could make it infinite. I just don't know what, like, is going to be best for the game. My gut feeling is keep it relatively small so that it is possible to find everything on the map in 10 minutes. But that's just a gut feeling. It's not really based on anything. So a size this big, I feel like we could with maybe a couple of people explore this whole map in 10 minutes and make it out. If it was much bigger than that, probably not. So I don't know. I also need to figure out what to do at the map edges, but alright, I'll commit that. Doubled sub vertical speed. I think possibly descent speed could be different than ascent speed. God, I just butchered the spelling of ascend and descend. I know there's an S and a C in there somewhere. Did I finish all my coffee? I think I did, eh? Damn it. 10 minutes, then keep it the same, yeah. I'll definitely be interested to get your feeling on that going forward. It's hard to know right now, I guess, because we need the rest of the game to make that call based on, but yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure on the size of that just yet. Alright, let me cross that one off. Up and down speed. I have VoIP written down, but that might take the whole rest of the stream if I start it, so I'll do that last. Salvage value. Here's an easy one. It's kind of lame right now how all the salvage is worth the same amount, basically. And I don't really want to, like, eventually we would have lots of different types of salvage and different looks and everything like that. But for now, I just want to have two types, one very valuable and one not. Cargo data value. Okay, so that's where that data comes from. These are replicated. So literally on begin play, I guess, I will just random weighted ball, like 80% maybe. Or actually, no, wait, 10% of them on the server. I don't know if this is going to work if I do it like this, but we'll see. 10% of them on the server. We're going to like ideally switch the mesh and everything, right? Because I have like this barrel thing. Yeah, let's just use that. Okay. But how am I going to replicate that? Rip notify, I guess. VoIP. Voice over IP, I think it stands for. Like proximity chat. It's kind of working, kind of bugged right now. But I don't know exactly how I'm going to fix it, so it might take a long time. It might be quick, it might take a long time, I'm not sure, so I will do that probably last. Okay, so if it is the server, we will set the scrap mesh to this, and then the data is, I believe, not replicated, huh? Oh, this also isn't going to work. Ah, shit. Okay. No, we can't do it like this. Fuck. Because we're not using instance class, we're using classes, not instances for this stuff, so I'm going to have to actually you know, I guess make a child or something. Salvage rare. Yeah, it probably is better to do it this way anyway. I'm just going to have to adjust the spawning system now, but I can do that, no problem. Cargo data, so this will be rare. And like 5 times as much. No, because there's a 10% chance of this. So shouldn't that be that it's 10 times as much? I don't know, whatever. Let's just go 150. Doesn't matter. We'll just make it high. Doesn't matter if it's too OP. How long are you streaming today? It's been a long stream today. I have to go pick up Harvey from daycare, so probably finish in the next hour or so. Yeah, but yeah, we've been live 4.5 hours, which is pretty good. What's wrong with the voice chat? It's hard to say, but like the server can hear the client, but the client can't hear the server. And I don't think it's because they're not actually transmitting their voice, because I can't really show you guys because I'd need to playtest with someone to show you, but the player's face kind of lights up in sync with like their voice and their head scales and stuff. And I see that happening. So I'm pretty sure it's something to do with the proximity. Like the voice is actually coming from like somewhere stupid like 00 or something. But I'm not sure. I'll have to figure out what's happening there. Okay, so we have the 2 types of salvage now. But I guess I'm just going to have to place that in some of the tiles, and that's going to be really hard to do to make sure that's 10% of the time. Yeah, okay, this will work. We've already kind of doing this server side. It's pretty jank, but we'll delay for a tick. Yeah, it is very strange, that bug. Okay, so now then we'll go through all the salvage that's left. And actually we could just be adding this stuff to an array if we don't delete it. And we can just clear it here. And now we can just loop through that stuff that's left, and we don't need a I don't need to do that either. What the fuck? Why? Come on, brain. Let's use our brain a little here. So if we don't delete it, then we will go random ball with weight again, and we'll say 10% of the ones that get left get destroyed. But before I destroy them, I'll spawn a new type of salvage. This is definitely going to get replaced, this code. This is garbage, but it's the only way I've sort of got to do this in a semi-quick way to test. So we'll just spawn it at that transform, blah blah blah, ignore everything, spawn it, then destroy the one that it's replacing. That does mean, however, before we, when we clear the dive site, we're also going to need to clear any spawn salvage, because the only reason I didn't have to clear these before was because they're part of a sub-level, but now I'm spawning them not in a sub-level, so I am going to have to actually go through and clean up all the salvage after we clear the site. Okay. What else? I need to, yeah, salvage rare. Okay, I think this might do it, maybe. Salvage, like the little UI prompt. I can update that to show an accurate value. Value. Expose on spawn. Value. You know what? We should have just passed through the whole thing. Was it cargo data? Whatever. Here we go. Cargo data, because now then also we can change this. If you never need a playtest, I would gladly help. I appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely will need playtesting here and there. Probably not the stream, but yeah, definitely as we get further along. Because of the way Lemon and I's schedules line up, sometimes it can be hard to have him playtest together. So yeah, sometimes on stream I might see if I can rope some of you guys into helping with that. Okay, so salvage. Let's see if we spawned any rare ones. No. Don't think so. No, we didn't. So where does that happen? What's the game state? No. It's just because like sometimes it won't happen, I guess. There's only 10% chance. Saying that, 10% chance, there should be... I would think there would be more than that. Okay, we got a 1 rare salvage spawn that time. Just want to make sure it is actually here somewhere. Because I am not seeing it. Zero, zero? Did it spawn at 0, 0? Oh no, it is there. Okay. I don't know. I just didn't see it for some reason. I don't know why that chances seems like it's not right. Like 50% of them. It doesn't. Alright, I don't know why the math is weird there. Salvage, so 2 rare. 2 rare. 2 rare. 2 rare. 2 rare. 3 rare. The white dots. Oh, this is just placeholder like assets. Like it's just kind of like it's just cubes, just to represent rocks and stuff. It's not actually. These are the salvage spawns. I just don't know why it's so low. That should be. Is that not 50%? Random ball with weight. Yeah. That's so weird. Oh, hang on. If I switch this to a reverse for actually, it might be because I'm like deleting items out of the array as I'm looping. Probably is. Rare. Yeah, maybe not. That's so weird. What if I do always? We'll see what it does then. Ah, it didn't catch some. We're doing it too early. There we go. We're doing it too early, that's why. Okay. So this salvage chance now is going to be like not good probably, so 50%. We're getting missing tiles. What the hell? Alright. Okay, so now it seems to be spawning, so let me go... I'm going to print out the total amount of both of them. I shouldn't probably be messing around with this too much because it really doesn't matter. Like there's no point trying to actually balance it. But I do want to make sure it's like not just, I think like it's not completely off from what I want it to be. 11 out of 20 were rare. 15 out of 21 were rare. 5 out of 12 were rare. Yeah, so it's pretty accurately doing 50% now, so it is working. So now I can put it to like 10% of whatever's left. We should get about 10%, so 1 out of 26, I guess, yeah. 3 out of 17, it's a pretty good roll. 1 out of 21, yeah. 2 out of 23, yeah. Okay, so probably not 10%, maybe 20%, but yeah, that seems to be working now with the math. 6 out of 15, that is a lot. 5 out of 19. Nah, too much. Let's go back to 0.1%. It's supposed to be rare. Alright. Sweet. Gambling. Yeah, basically. Well, not really. But yeah, basically. It's gambling when you pick a dive spot. Whether you're going to get a good amount of rare loot or not. But that's what the site valuation is supposed to also help you with. Let's see if we can find one. Or find some scrap at all. And I need to be very careful of the map now because there is a lot of shit that'll kill me. So this should say 30 now, value. Salvage 30, yep. Grab it. The only way to see your cargo right now is like that little list right there. I don't really want to scan, to be honest, because I'll just draw the meg. This is a lot more rare now, the scrap, which is good. Oh, something's coming towards me. Was that an eel? Yep. Oh, and there's one on me. Okay, I got double eeled. Is that an eel? I think it is. If it was the Meg, he would not be leaving. He's just chasing me though. I can see him following behind. Every time I put my lights on, he's like, "Ooh, power. Gimme, gimme." I was hoping we'd get lucky and find some rare, but I suppose it is rare, so, you know. Shouldn't just find it immediately. Okay, we've got 2 thingies. We'll do a sonar scan. Nothing. The eels are white when I have my light on and brown when not. Well, they're untextured. Maybe it's the lighting in the sub? Not sure. Uh-oh. Oh no, it's just... Is that one moving? No, it's just salvage. We're good. There's a rare one. Nice. 150. Hell yeah. Give me... Oh, wait, I can't fit it in my... Oh god. There's an eel. I need to drop one of these. There we go. Let's see if I can find the... There it is. See if I can pick it up. A salvage rare. And now, in the dark, I can kind of navigate back to the ship by using my little dial and that but I can use my lights as long as the eel doesn't catch me. Oh shit, there's another rare one. Wait. Drop that. Drop that. Pick that up. I see the eel coming. Alright. Too far. There we go. Dock. Nice. Alright, that I'm pretty sure will be most of my quota in one go, right? Oh, wait, but they're only 25%? God damn. I'm just gonna see if I can get a better. I see that's orange, 27%. Oof. Here we go. I see green, 86%. Okay, that was a bit cheesy. I just skipped a couple of days until the value went up, although I am still short. One idea for an upgrade could be when enemies appear red in cargo and scrap blue. That's a good idea. Anyway, that rare loot is working. I think that's gonna, it seems like it doesn't really matter, but I think that's gonna change the way that the playtest feels quite a lot. All right. I passed. Maybe I should work on the VoIP. Let's see what else is on my list. Can't turn off power. Okay, here's one that was requested, which I'll quickly do. A lot of these are small and quick, which is good. So we're just trying to get the right feel, and then we can expand from there once we've got we've nailed the feeling. Okay, so this just shows the current value that you're going to sell for. Lehman was saying it would be cool if it showed the total value it's worth as well, so that you can see kind of like, so you can compare it. Let's see. So I'll just make this like smaller. And it'll just be like, kind of like that. Max value. that. And if there is no max, I'll just say out of question marks. Or actually out of dash. There we go. Yeah. I need to quickly find some scrap and check that. 37%. Maybe I should add like high beams lights so you can see further, but it like drains your power while you've got them on or something. Something here, okay, good, that'll do. Flashbang lights? How would flashbang lights work? Like, actually, yeah, like stun the monsters, right? Because they'll be really sensitive to light. I'll write it down. Actually, I'm going to wait till I'm safe on the ship. Let me dock, let me dock. There we go. There we go. I'll even out of 30. Flash, bang, lights. Nice. Hopefully that's more clear now. So you're getting 11, and if it was full value, you get 30. I don't know. What do you think, John? Is that clear now? Because before the problem was it was a bit unclear whether the value here is what you're going to get, or you're going to get 37% of what's printed here. But now hopefully it's clear that the math is already applied to the 11. What do you think? It's clear? Nice. All right, sweet. So that will help. Because, yeah, I don't want people having to do, like, mental arithmetic of what is 37% of 8. You know, it's like, yeah. Okay, I'll commit that one. I'll take a stab at VoIP as well. In cargo panel on mother sub. Cool. So in terms of VoIP, the first thing, so the way it works, player state. Yeah, I think all this replication was working. Root component. That does not look right. So those settings are on a rep notify. We pass it all through and print it. And here's where we get it. So character, VoIP settings, we return capsule component. On that, and then on the submarine, we can have it be the mesh. Yeah, but now the only tricky thing is I don't know if that's going to work without testing it. You just brought a car? What the fuck? Hell yeah, man. Nice. This is tricky to figure out where to put some of this stuff, like what happens. So I've done that. Cylinder collision. Cylinder collision, okay. Yeah, okay. I mean, that looks kind of like it's working. I think the client, hang on, I don't think the client ever got that trigger RPC, did they? Try that. Server ran it twice. Okay, now the client, no wait, the client's still, never ran that code. That is super weird. How long until Harvey can drive? Well, it's a good question. How early is too early to start teaching a baby how to drive? Are you the right person to ask about that? I assume so. Okay, server hello, server hello. Server, okay, so the client, client's got no, really? Where am I? Client's got no VoIP talker. Yeah, client. Boom, boom. No VoIP talker on clients. Why? Why when we add it? Because of timing? We'll do function to event, and we'll do a real disgusting thing here of let's just wait until the component is valid. Yeah, how about that? Be gonna be jank with me or be jank back? All right. Yeah, client. Yeah, there we go. Client got it. I think that fixed the problem then. It's because the timing is all screwed up. So this is incredibly hard to read because it's purple. I don't know if that's an everyone thing or just me. There we go, applying. Yep. Okay. All right. And then if I, as a client, get in my sub, it should update everyone's VoIP. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so it's probably working now. Probably. I will commit that, I think. But again, I don't know if it's working until I test it on Steam, so we'll just have to mark that down as a big old hopefully fixed VoIP replication. Timing, race, condition, settings, timing, race, condition. Because it's like, it is, yeah. They do have the component eventually, but by the time they have the component, they have already been told what the proximity is supposed to be around, what component, and they never set that again because they fail. Makes sense. All right, let me cross that off my list and just hope that that is all good. My list, which just continues to grow. Where is it? VoIP. Okay, salvage value. We did that too. Round timer. We've done that. Propulsion. I've got rot fish. Which is fish rotation, but I don't know about that. I just realized you guys can probably see my notes and how messy they are. Yep, done that. Okay. Can't turn off power. Okay, another one that is going to be semi-important then is when you dock. I want to restore your power, basically. I'm not going to restore your hull, just your power. Let's see, dock. Deposit the cargo. And restore the battery. All right, see if that works. So I need to, what do I need to do? Use some battery. Just spam the sonar a bunch of times and then redock. There we go. And charge 100%, nice. So every time you dock, you get all your power back. What is that thing that says too far? It's this is the docking control. It's supposed to be a button. It doesn't look like it. And that little status above it basically tells you when you're in the right zone to be able to dock or currently are docking. There's no what's supposed to happen is there's like a like a little pad or something that you actually like connect onto, but we don't have that yet. So it's literally just a volume. So just be near the anchor and it'll count you as ready to dock. But eventually it'll kind of like snap you onto a little pad, and then you can click a button and get zipped up. But yeah, this is just the status for it. So ready to dock. Now I'm docked. Now I'm not in there, and now it's undocking. Yeah, just like a little status indicator, basically. Yeah. Cool. Was I gonna fix something there? No, I did it already, didn't I? Yeah, your power gets restored when you dock. Very good. Power restored to 100% when docking. If all players die, we're going to clear the subcargo. Okay. That's a game state thing, I think. I'm not entirely sure how it knows when you lose. Is it game mode? There we go. Should start game over. Okay, and that's all the animation stuff. I guess right here is where we delete the stuff. How do I empty removable items? There we go. Oh, mother sub cargo has been lost. Okay, so now what is going to be a quick way to test that? There probably isn't a quick way necessarily, is there? I just need to do it. I need to bring in some salvage, store it in here, then lose. Is that moving? That's moving. Big ass eel. Run. Maybe we should just call this game like Underwater Jalopy. Oh god, that's the Meg, isn't it? Yep. Jalopy, jalopy where? Deep sea jalopy. Funny how quick that got your attention. Little freaking jalopy fiend. Alright, here's some salvage. So you see, you can like kind of like evade the Meg if you know how and are good. I love jalopy. I love jalopy. Absolute munter. Oh god. Oh god. Did it see me? I don't think it did. Alright. Yeah. I think we broke. Don't mention that word around Ranger or he does break. Oh god. Exterior light. Poof. That was a near miss. Alright. We can dock now. We have some salvage stored. Good. And now I just need to lose. And make sure that gets deleted when I do lose. There should be, yeah, there's an eel around here. Alright, flash warning. It's going to drain my whole battery probably if I let him. Am I going to like kill people with that if I put that in the game? Is that like actually a real, like, I probably should do something about that, eh? Because might need a way to turn that off, yeah. Well, there's Alt F4, you know. You turn off your computer. Alright, come on. Give me a seizure. Alright. Here we go. Drain the battery. And it's gone. And I am dead in the water, can't move, and now I'm just waiting for my oxygen to run out to lose. So yeah, quite good gameplay. Epilepsy mode that turns off the flashing. Maybe. Mate, I have no power, leave me alone. What the heck is he doing? Just hanging out in this spot. This is cheat view, by the way. Turns off all the lighting so I can still see even in the dark. I have no power. Why is he... Oh. Alright, there we go. I'm dead. Spectator mode. Okay. Now there should be a print at some point that's like, hey man, we took all your stuff. Let's see. No survivors. Player state not found. All mother sub cargo has been lost. Yeah, there we go. Sweet. So if all players die, you do still get to keep going, or you have 2 days left, but you lose all the stuff you had stored if you hadn't sold it. If I had have sold some stuff, I would have still kept that though. Cool. I save all that. Don't know if it's cool necessarily. It's kind of a bad thing, but it will hopefully. We need risk in the game, you know. There needs to be punishment for losing. when a dive is failed. Cool. Okay, the next one is the Megalodon. I'll add a, what do we call that thing? Nest tracker. Because he can just basically leave the map right now, so I need to fix that. So his patrol route is going to be not based around the query, it's going to be based around his nest location, but it's still going to be massive. That should, if I did that right, keep him constrained more or less to the level. Like he's not going to... If I send him way away, he should come back. Not that he would ever go that far away, you know, but... Slow-mo 20. Doesn't seem very centered. It's just really the poor thing. He's blind, so he can't really. He keeps missing when he's trying to attack the eels. That's so sad. He detects them, and then by the time he gets there and tries to start eating them, they're gone. It's so sad. He left the map, yeah. A little bit, quite a bit. But he won't infinitely leave the map. Before he could just keep going that way forever. It's fine if he buggers off for a little bit, but he should always come back, ideally. Which he seems like he is. Maybe not. What the hell, dude? You just proven me wrong. Okay. I'm running on pure spite, yeah. Okay. Okay. How about then I make a way to set this. And for the Megalodon specifically, I'll just give him like a preset nest location. Which can be like, what is that? 14,000, 14,000. There we go, 2,000. There we go. That's now, regardless of where he spawns, that's going to be his home. Should be. Because of the way his wandering works, it does mean he crosses the center line quite a lot, quite frequently. Which isn't the most ideal thing in the world, but it's fine for now. Now he is appearing to stay pretty much within the map most of the time. What the fuck? Man, he really wants to kill that eel, but just can't quite pull it off. Can't quite pull it off. Alright. He has dementia, yeah. He's just old, you know? He's just like... I don't know how old. I don't know how far in the future this is set, but long, probably. Okay, that's another thing done. I should probably stop in a second, but let's see. Is there any other... Cool, pyrite not synced. Table scan, Meg did. Okay, that's the last one, I think. I'll do for today. Is the Megalodon when he's picking a target. It should be really any target picking. I should be taking this into account. Before we set a thingy, a location. Pure and return. Alright, and then in here we return that, but we'll first do a valid check on here. And we'll just say, yep, it's alive if, well, it's not alive if there's no health component. Might grab this whole check, to be honest, because we're going to need that in the Megalodon, but also the giant eel. Some things might not care if you're dead already, but no, the eel wouldn't care if you're dead or not. It would just care if you have electricity, so we don't need to do this with the eel, I believe. Because we already checked, do you have, is your lighting on, which is the way we're checking if you have power or not. Yeah, cool. So that's that one done as well, I think. That one. Meg no longer targets dead things. Cool. Alrighty. I'm gonna leave the stream there. That was a mega stream for me. 5.5 hours. Pretty good. I need to go pick up my son soon, so we'll leave it there. But yeah, we got heaps done, which is good. And it wasn't as tiring for me to stream this long because I started so early. So I might try and keep doing that when I stream. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone. I got a bot right as I said that. Ban. And yeah, John, we'll catch you later. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you all in the next stream.